For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and quick handling, since Los Arcos Rallycross has a lot of tight corners and sudden turns. A car that can dart around sharply without losing speed would be ideal. Acceleration is also key because getting out of those corners fast can make a big difference. Finally, a little bit of durability wouldn't hurt because rallycross tracks can be a bit rough and unpredictable. Overall, a nimble, responsive car that can handle quick directional changes would be my top pick for this race. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now before time runs out. Don't let your favorite car slip away or you'll be stuck cheering on the others. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Maya in a 29 Pagani Zonda R. That's a beast of a machine with insane speed and handling, perfect for a track like Los Arcos Rallycross. On the other side, Pippi Langstrup is piloting a 2000 McLaren MP415, which is a Formula One car, incredibly lightweight and nimble, but probably not as suited for rallycross conditions. Considering the track and car types, I'd say Maya's Zonda R has the edge in staying grounded and maintaining control through the tight corners and rough sections. So, my money's on Maya. But hey, in race cars, anything can happen. So let's watch and see who surprises us. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Los Arcos Rallycross. And leading the pack is Merchican Live in a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole position, or if the chaos of all random will shake things up. Dale Earnhardt has shot off the line and taken the lead. Merchican Live is holding strong in second place, and Hingle McCringleberry is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Pippi Langstrup is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 8th place. Amy is making her way up 2 spots to 2nd. Lian Yashin is also moving up 1 spot to 4. The battle for 3rd is heating up with Lian Yashin and Merchican Live nose to nose. Pippi Langstrup is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. Lian Yashin is having a tough time, dropping 10 positions to 14th. Scuderia Veloce is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 4th. Amy is closing in on Dale Earnhardt quickly, the gap is shrinking fast. Pippi Langström has climbed 2 spots and is now in 3rd. Ihave Ixema also gained 2 spots and is now in 7th. Pippi Langström is chipping away at Amy's lead, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Scuderia Veloce just climbed 1 spot to secure 4th place. Zikopal is also on the move, advancing 1 position to 8. Lan Yashin just made a bold move and is now in 7th place. Pippi Langström is closing in on Amy fast, cutting the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Lotusos has gained 1 position and is now in 9th place. Scuderia Veloce is gaining fast on Pippi Langström and might overtake soon. Amy is closing the gap on Dale Earnhardt but still has a bit to go. Ihave Ixema just moved up 1 spot to 7th place, making a small but noticeable climb. Amy is gaining on Dale Earnhardt, now just a few seconds behind. Lotusos is narrowing the gap to Ihave Ixema, inching closer. Unstabil has climbed 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Pippi Langström's car is a 2000 McLaren MP415, and they started 14th. They're currently in 3rd place, so they're making some serious moves up the field. Well, look at that. Dale Earnhardt just claimed victory. Guess he still got it. Congratulations. Wow! Dale Earnhardt really took the checkered flag this time. Big congrats to him. He must be feeling pretty good about that win. And a huge shout out to Amy, who clocked the fastest lap. That 2000 McLaren MP415 is definitely a sweet ride to claim. Pippi Langström, congratulations as well for winning the bet race. That McLaren is all yours if you want it. Who's feeling luckier today? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Grindelwald has those twisty mountain roads and sharp turns that demand precise control. Speed is important, but if the car can't handle the curve smoothly, it's a recipe for disaster, or at best, a slower race. So, a car with great suspension and responsive steering would be my top pick for conquering that challenging terrain. Hey everyone! The clock's almost out. Make your picks quick or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, this is quite the vintage showdown. Pete Langstrom with the 1968 Mercedes-Benz 300 SEL, you say? That car is a beast for its time, packed with power and luxury. But then again, Bayard's 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ is the artful dodger of the race, known for its agility and quick handling. If this were a beauty contest, the Mercedes might take the crown. But on a twisty track like Grindelwald, agility could make all the difference. Given all that, I'd probably lean toward the Alfa Romeo for a tight race. It's lighter and nimbler, which could mean it sneaks ahead in those sharp corners. Though I wouldn't be surprised if the Mercedes tries to muscle its way to the front with raw power. We'll just have to see who handles the mountain roads better. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Grindelwald, with Dr. Monkey 13 leading the pack in a classic 1965 Toyota 2000 GT. Starting on pole, let's see if those vintage wheels can hold their ground or if the modern contenders will flash past. Hingle Kringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Dr. Monkey 13 is right behind in second place. Bayard is holding steady in third. Looks like a close fight already. Bayard and Dr. Monkey 13 are nose to nose for second place. Lian Yashin and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce fight for fourth. And look at Maya, climbing up 2 spots to sit in 6th. Things are heating up. Bayard is climbing to second place. Lian Yashin is now in third after moving up 2 spots. Dale Earnhardt is making a move to 7th, also up 2 spots. Reinecke is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 10. Bayard is having a rough patch, dropping 14 places to 16. Lian Yashin is inching closer to the front, moving up 1 to second. Lian Yashin is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by over a second. I am moving up 1 spot to take third place. Pippi Langstrom and Dr. Monkey 13 are locked in a fierce duel for 4th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is now 11th place after losing 7 positions. Lian Yashin is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 140 seconds. I am also closing in on Lian, shrinking the distance by 1.1 seconds. Onistix is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. Maya is storming ahead 2 spots to take the lead. Pippi Langstrump is also making moves up 1 spot to 3rd. Lian Yashin is on fire, climbing 4 spots to 2nd place. Aspecial is also making moves, overtaking 4 cars to settle in 10th. Rai Neki is having a rough time, dropping 6 positions to 16. Dale Earnhardt is slicing through the field to take 6th place. Amy is also making moves, climbing to 9th. And I am holding the lead, moving up 2 spots to 1st. Ragu is climbing to 10th place. Buart is making a move to 16th. Who's next to shake things up? Raineki Yu splits through the field, and now leads the race. Maya is right behind, closing the gap. Looks like a showdown for the top spot is brewing. Raineki is trying to squeeze past Maya for the lead. The gap between Hingle McCringleberry and Biowart is shrinking fast, less than 2 seconds now. Dr. Monkey 13 is on a roll, climbing from behind to 2nd place. Zombush 86 is making a strong push, now in 11. Sasator is losing ground, dropping 7 spots to 13. Wow, Maya, you really left everyone in the dust. Congratulations on your win. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. You definitely earned that victory. And a huge shout out to Maya for the fastest lap. You're now the proud owner of a vintage 1968 Mercedes-Benz 300 ACL. That's quite the classic ride to add to your collection. Pippi Langstrom, congrats on winning the bet race too. You're also claiming that same vintage beauty. Looks like everyone's getting a shiny classic today. Sure thing. Did you know that in the 2010 and up slow cars racing class, many of these cars are actually modified just enough to keep the racing interesting, but still maintain that underdog charm? It's like giving a turtle a tiny turbo booster and watching it still take its sweet time crossing the finish line. It really keeps the race unpredictable and reminds us that sometimes slow and steady really does win the race, or at least keeps the spectators guessing. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your choices now or forever hold your peace. Don't say I didn't warn you when the AI picks some weird car for you. Get those selections in before it's too late. Ooh, this is quite the matchup. Amy with her 2016 Model 5 Genesi versus Lian Yashin in the 2015 Ford Falcon F GX R8. Both cars have their strengths, but let's be honest, the Genesi might have a bit of an edge with its more modern design and potentially better tech. But then again, the Falcon is a classic muscle car, and those Fords have a reputation for raw power. So, it's really going to come down to handling and strategy more than pure horsepower. If I had to put my chips on one, I'd say Amy's Genesi might just squeak out a win because of its newer build and possibly better aerodynamics. But don't count out Lian's Falcon. It's not just about the looks after all. Alright everyone, the race at Alice Track is underway, and Senor Flip Flipone 100 in 2020 has snagged pole position in a 2009 Mini Cooper John Works. Looks like a classic underdog story right from the start. Right at the start, Scuderia Veloce is leading the pack. Big Old Nerd is holding second place, and Nuts is in third. Looks like a tight race already. Maya is storming to the front, now in first place after overtaking 4 cars. Skoler Obs has climbed 1 spot to sit in 5th. Skoler Obs and Pippi Langstrom are nose to tail, fighting for 4th place. Wow, Skozer Ops just took the victory. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow. Skozer Ops took the victory. Great job, you really showed those bots who's boss. Now, congratulations are in order for Amy who won the bet race. Amy, you can go ahead and claim yourself that shiny 2016 Model 5 Genesi. Looks like luck's on your side today. Sure. Oh. The 1972 Loa T290 was known for its impressive design and engineering. But here's a fun fact. It was built specifically for racing in the Can-Am series, which was famous for its minimal rules and crazy speed. Basically, the car was like a wild animal that's been unleashed on the track, giving drivers a seriously thrilling ride. Well, this is quite the nostalgic matchup, isn't it? The Dreamkeeper and that vintage 1973 ARC MF16 has a certain charm. But let's be honest, it's pushing pretty far back in the history books. On the other hand, Pippi Langstrumpf with the 1967 Nissan R380, a 2 might have a bit of an edge in terms of design and aerodynamics, though it's still a classic in its own right. Considering the race on Circuit Assen and given the car's characteristics, I'd lean towards Pippi's Nissan for a good shot at winning. It's a bit more streamlined and perhaps better suited for quick turns and fast straights. But hey, with AI at the wheel, who really knows? Maybe the vintage charm of the ARC MF16 will surprise us all. Stay tuned! Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Circuit Essen, and leading the pack is Leon Yashin in a vintage 1966 McLaren M1B. She's on pole. So let's see if those classic wheels can hold up in this high-speed chaos. Nutz is leading the pack, holding that top spot. Leon Yashin is right behind in second place, not giving up just yet. Case Teflex is in third, trying to catch up but still a bit behind the front runners. Maya is holding steady in the top 10. NN Savage just made a bold move to take the 18th spot. APR Dope is not giving up, trying to reclaim 17. Nico Broadcast and Girl of Diamond are nose to tail for the 22nd position. Amy is on a roll, climbing up to 16. Ingle McCringleberry is chipping away at my position, closing the gap by over a second. Amy just overtook someone to move into the top 15. Miname Style at 21. And Amy are nose to nose for 15. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Miko Broadcast, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Miko Broadcast fast, shrinking the gap by 8.5 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is climbing up to 5th place, moving up 1 spot. TPPA and Scuderia Veloce are locked in a tight fight for 5th place. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Case Teflex just overtook a car to move into 2nd. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Miko Broadcast fast, the gap shrinking by 6.5 seconds. Amy is now in 11th after a quick series of overtakes. Scuderia Veloce just overtook 3 cars and is now in 2nd place. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Miko Broadcast, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. Case Teflex and Scuderia Veloce are neck and neck for 2nd place. Case Teflex just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Miko Broadcast is gaining on Jungen Store 202, closing the gap by a second. Dale Earnhardt is right behind Miko Broadcast now, closing in by over 2 seconds. Things are heating up. Ingle McCringleberry and I are nose to tail in 7th place. IPR Dope just gained a spot to 17. Girl of Diamond is also on the move, climbing to 20th. Ingle McCringleberry just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Maya and Ingle McCringleberry are nose to tail, fighting for that 7th position. Case Flex is really closing the gap on Nuts, now just 1 second behind. Case Flex and Nuts are locked in a fierce fight for first place. Hingle Me Kringleberry has gained 1 position and is now in 6th. Keystefs is now in first place, leaving everyone else in the dust. Dale Earnhardt is gaining on Jungensstort 102. But still a good distance to make a move. Amy is inching closer to the Dreamkeeper, but still has some ground to cover. Nuts is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 11. Dale Earnhardt is closing in fast on Jungensstort 202, shrinking the gap by over 5 seconds. Scuderia Veloci just gained a spot, and now sits in 2nd. Wow, Keysteflex just took the victory. Looks like someone was feeling pretty flexy on the track today. Well done! Wow! Keysteflex really pulled off a triple crown. That's no small feat. Winning the race, snagging the fastest lap, and overtaking like a pro. Big congratulations to you. And Pippi Langstrumpf, you did an amazing job winning the bet race. You're now the proud owner of a vintage 1967 Nissan R3802. That's a classic worth bragging about. Alright everyone, keep those engines revving and let's see what happens next. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Silverstone Retro Circuit, I'd go with the 2020 Aston Martin Valkyrie. It's a hypercar with a blend of F1 technology and street car DNA. Plus, its aerodynamic design and hybrid powertrain give it an edge when it comes to handling and speed on a track that demands agility. Of course, the circuit's twisty and fast nature really plays to its strengths. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your contender yet, now is the time. Don't make me choose for you because I will regret it later. Hurry up and get those selections in before the race starts. Ooh, this is a juicy matchup. The Gumpert Apollo S is a beast with its raw power and aggressive handling. On the other hand, the Pagani Zonda R is all about elegance and precision with its lightweight design and refined aerodynamics. Given the track is Silverstone Retro, which favors that nostalgic racing vibe, and a mix of high-speed corners and technical sections, it could go either way. But I would say that the Zonda R's finesse might give it a slight edge over the raw power of the Apollo S. That said, anything can happen in AI race land. So, buckle up, because this could turn into a surprise ending. Hingelme Kringleberry has taken an early lead. Whip-free out 25 is right behind in second. And Pippi Langstrom is holding on to third. Looks like a classic start with some potential for chaos. Rowdy Zarov just gained a spot and is now in 13th place. Zots Fired and Rowdy Zarov are nose to tail fighting for that same position. Wow. Whip-free out 25 really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry taking the win. Congratulations! You really drove like a star today. And not only did you win, but you also grabbed the fastest lap. Impressive! You definitely earned that 2018 Fittipaldi EF7. Pippi Langstrom, well done on winning the bet race too. You get to claim that beautiful 2009 Pagani Zonda R. That's some serious street car right there. Great racing everyone, this was fun to watch. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Ailes is known for its sharp turns and technical sections. A car that can navigate twists smoothly while maintaining speed would be my top priority. High acceleration and good grip are essential here, as stability through corners is key to avoiding mistakes and gaining those precious seconds. So, basically a car with a balanced setup that can dance through the curves without breaking a sweat. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Hingle McCringleberry in that classic 1966 McLaren AM1B versus Nuts in the sleek Porsche 906. Both are iconic, but I have a feeling the Porsche might have the edge here because of its reputation for agility and speed in that era. The McLaren is a great car, but might be a tad less nimble on the Ailes track, so I'd lean towards Nuts in the Porsche to take the win. But hey, anything can happen with AI driving, especially in vintage cars. Stay tuned! Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Ailes track, and leading the pack is the vintage ultralights car class with Hot Bolognese on pole position. It's a classic 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider, so get ready for some vintage skills on display. Hot Bolognese is leading the race, followed closely by Two Peasant a podcast. I am currently in third place trying to keep up. Lian Yashin has just overtaken someone to move into third place. Scuderia Veloce has gained a position and is now in 7th. Amy and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 8th. Looks like a good old-fashioned wheel-to-wheel. Amy is on a roll, climbing up to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is having a tough time dropping back to 12th. Dale Earnhardt is gaining ground, now in 4th after moving up 1 spot. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 6th place. Maya is gaining on Badazzarer, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Badazzarer is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap to just under a second. Nya is hot on Badazzarer's tail, closing the gap by a whole 1.5 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1966 Porsche 906 and is currently in 7th place. Looks like they're holding steady just behind the top contenders. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Scuderia Veloce is now 7th, inching closer to the top. Newitz is in 8th, trying to keep up with the leaders. Lian Yishin is driving a vintage Porsche 909 Bergspider, the same as the leader. She's currently in 3rd place, close behind the top 2. Looks like she's holding her own in this tight race. Amy is racing a vintage Porsche 909 Bergspider, the same as the leader. She's currently in 9th place and her fastest lap is just a bit slower than the top times. Looks like she's holding her own but still has some room to improve. Amy is driving a vintage Porsche 909 Bergspider, the same as the leader. She's currently in 9th place, but her fastest lap is pretty competitive at 1 minute 31 seconds. Looks like she's pushing hard to move up. Well, look at that. Hot Bolognese taking the top spot again. Guess they're just too hot to handle. Congratulations. Oh wow, congratulations to Hot Bolognese. You really showed everyone how it's done out there. Well deserved victory. And a big shout out to Nuts for winning the bet race. You get to claim that sleek 1966 Porsche 906. What a vintage treasure. Amy, you're a true overtaking machine. You did the most passes and get to take home that gorgeous 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. Amazing effort, both of you. Sure. A fun fact about the Ailes reverse track is that it's basically the same track as the original Ailes circuit, but flipped upside down. So, the AI drivers are basically racing on a mirror image of what they're used to, which totally messes with their instinct. It's like trying to drive home in a house you've only ever seen from the outside. Kind of confusing but hilarious to watch. Alright everyone, time is running out. Make your final picks now, or you'll be stuck with whatever the game chooses for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright folks, this is quite the matchup. Dale Earnhardt in the 1973 BMW 2002. Turbo sounds like he's got some turbocharged firepower. He's probably going to be quick off the line and aggressive, but the BMW's a little older, and maybe not as nimble on tight corners. On the other side, we have Scuderia Veloce in a 1970 Porsche 914-6. That mid-engine layout should give the Porsche some excellent handling and balance, especially on a reverse track, like Ailes Reverse. Given the cars, I'd lean towards the Porsche because of its superior balance and cornering ability. It's a little more modern in design, so I think it might just squeeze out ahead in the technical sections. But don't count the BMW out. With some turbocharged grit, it could always surprise us and take an early lead. Honestly, this is going to be a close call and a fun one to watch. Who do you all think will cross the finish line first? Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at the Ailes reverse track. Leading the pack in the 80s slow car class is none other than Dale Earnhardt himself, behind the wheel of a classic 1973 BMW 2002 Turbo D12. This should be interesting. Dale Earnhardt has shot off the line and taken the lead. Scuderia Veloce is right behind in second place. Lian Yashin is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Maya is on a roll, climbing up to 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lisa Shibi is making steady progress, now in 6th. The battle between Lisa Shibi and Dev Factor for 5th is heating up, with both pushing hard. Lisa Shibi is climbing to 5th place. Maya is now in 8th. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on her, now in 9th. Scuderia Veloce is right behind Dale Earnhardt, now just a second apart. The fight for the lead is heating up. Amy has made a nice jump, now in 10th place, closing the gate cut. Lian Yashin has just overtaken someone to move into 2nd place. Hingelme Kringleberry is also climbing up to 3rd. Pippi Langstrup and I are locked in a close fight for 8th place, so stay tuned. Lisa Shibi and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for 4th place. Pippi Langstrup just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Maya and Pippi Langstrup are fighting hard for 8th place. Lisa Shibi climbs to 4th place. Day Factor is closing the gap on Scuderia Veloce by 1.1 second. I am moving up to 8th place, slowly but surely. Lian Yashin is driving a vintage 1968 Morgan Plus 8, starting from 5th place. She's currently holding on to 2nd, so her race looks steady, but not spectacular. D Factor is driving a 1977 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am Decay. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Looks like a solid middle of the pack performance so far. Lian Yashin is gaining on Dale Earnhardt, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is catching up to Lisa Shibi, closing the gap by 4 seconds. The fight for 4th place between Scuderia Veloce and Lisa Shibi is heating up. Maya is driving a 1972 BMW CSL, starting from the 12th position. The car's fastest lap is just over 1:45. She's currently in 8th place, so she's making some moves. Looks like she's closing in on the pack. Lisa Shibby is chipping away at Hingle McCringleberry's lead, closing in by over a second. Maya has climbed one spot to 6th place. Pippi Langstrom is also moving up, now in 10th. Dale Earnhardt is holding a solid lead, but Scuderia Veloce is a bit behind and needs a mistake from the leader to catch up. Not impossible, but unlikely at this point. Dale Earnhardt is holding a solid lead, but Scuderia Veloce is closing in. If Veloce keeps that pace, we might see a late move. Dale is holding a solid lead, but Scuderia Veloce is closing in fast. Looks like a battle for the win is brewing. D-Factor is really stalking Scuderia Veloce, now just over a second behind. Newts is climbing up to 10th place, making a move through the pack. The vintage cars are pretty evenly matched, but the slower pace of the track is amplifying their quirks. Some interesting overtakes as drivers push these classic machines. D-Factor's climbed one spot and is now in 7th place. Scuderia Veloce and D-Factor are nose-to-tail fighting for 7th. Drivon 92 Gex is closing in on Pippi Langstrom and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wow, Dale Earnhardt just took the checkered flag. Guess he's still got the magic touch. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Dale Earnhardt for winning the race. Well done on taking the victory, proving once again that he's got the skills behind the wheel. Now, let's see who gets to claim some sweet rides. Hingle McCringleberry, with the fastest lap, you've earned yourself the 1968 Morgan Plus 8. That's a beautiful vintage street car that's just waiting to hit the streets again. Dale Earnhardt, since you won the race, you're claiming the 1973 BMW 2002 Turbo. Classic, sporty, and a real head-turner. And as for me, I was out there making moves with the most overtakes. So I get to claim the 1972 BMW CS. I'll be cruising in style, while you two enjoy your vintage beauties. Great race, everyone! Alright everyone, you better make up your minds fast because the clock is ticking. Choose your favorite car before time runs out and you're stuck with whatever's left. No pressure, but this is basically a car draft, and you don't want to be that person with the boring ride in last place. Oh wow. This is a classic duel. The Toyota AE86 is legendary for its balance and handling, especially on twisty tracks. But the Saab 99 Turbo, with its turbocharged power, could surprise us if it gets the right traffic and manages to hold its ground. If I had to pick, I'd say Apex Milkbag in the 86 might have a slight edge because of maneuverability. But don't count out the Saab just yet. Turbo power can be a game changer if it's unleashed at the right moment. This will be an interesting race to watch. Alright everyone, the race is underway at AU's Track and Nuts is starting on pole in a classic 1987 Honda Civic Si. Let's see if that old school charm can take the lead today. Maya is leading the race with a strong start. Nuts is right behind in second place trying to catch up. Amy is holding third but not for long if they keep this pace. Apex Milkbag just overtook someone to take third place, Amy. And Apex Milkbag are nose to nose for that third spot. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to sixth place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to fifth place. Lian Yesin is advancing to 11th. Pippi Langstrump is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to sit in 6th place. Scuderia Veloce and Pippi Langstrump are nose to tail, fighting for 6th. Merchican Live just gained 1 spot, now in 9. Wow, Maya, you must be thrilled to win. Looks like all those practice sessions paid off. Wow. Congratulations to me for winning the race. That was a close one, but I managed to pull ahead at the end. Now, for claiming the cars, I have to say I'm pretty excited about that Mitsubishi Galant VR4. It's a classic and I can't wait to show it off. And Pippi, you really made that race interesting with your overtakes. You definitely earned that Porsche 911 SC. It's a beauty, and perfect for those daring maneuvers. Great race, everyone. Can't wait for the next one. Hey everyone. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is almost finished, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI vehicle dominates the track. Alright, we've got Leanne in that classic 1989 Ford Sierra RS 500 Panda. In a 1988 Porsche 944 Turbo. Now, the Ford Sierra RS 500 is known for its rallying pedigree and raw power, so it might have a slight edge in straight-line speed and aggression. On the other hand, the Porsche 944 Turbo is all about balance and handling, especially on a twisty track like Willow Springs Horse Thief Mile. Considering the track's corners and elevation changes, I'd say Panda's Porsche might have a sneaky advantage in maneuverability. But don't count Leanne out just yet. The Sierra's turbocharged muscle could make for a dramatic showdown. If I had to pick, I'd lean toward Panda's Porsche because of its agility here, but hold on to your hats. This race could surprise us all. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Willow Springs Horse Thief Mile, and leading the pack in Group A we've got the Scuderia Veloce with a classic 1985 Ferrari 288 GTO on pole position. Something tells me this beauty is here to make a statement. For this track, I would focus mostly on a car's balance between top speed and handling. Nonstop is all about those long straightaways where raw power and speed matter. But you also need sharp cornering ability to navigate the tricky turns smoothly. So, a car that can accelerate quickly out of corners and maintain stability at high speeds would be ideal. Basically, you want a vehicle that can blast down those straights and still stick to the road like glue during the chicanes and twisty sections. Alright folks, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your dream car yet, now's your chance before the race begins. Time to make those decisions or forever wonder what could have been. Oh wow, what a matchup! The 1979 BMW M1 Pro car is a classic with some serious racing pedigree, but the Cobra 427 SC is a beast from the 60s, with a ton of raw power. It's like putting a sleek modern fighter jet against a roaring muscle car. Honestly, I'd say Maya's BMW might have the edge on handling and finesse around Lasarth's tricky curves since it's more recent and likely more agile. But don't count out Hingle and that Shelby Cobra's brute force, especially on the long straights where it can really stretch its legs. If I had to bet, I'd probably lean towards Maya's BMW just because of the tech and agility, but don't be surprised if Hingle's muscle car pulls a surprise on us. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Lasarth. Josh Bioch is on pole, cruising in a classic 1975 BMW C. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its lead, or if the modern monsters will chase it down. Wow, Josh Biosh, you must be thrilled to win at La Sarthe. Guess all those laps paid off. Well done. Wow. Big congratulations to Josh Biosh on winning the race. That's some serious driving skill right there. Now, for those of you dreaming about a shiny new ride, Hingle McCringleberry has earned the right to claim a fantastic 1966 Shelby Cobra 427. See? Congrats. Hingle! Looks like the race was full of surprises today. Alright, so we've got two classic Ford Falcons going head-to-head on Albert Park. Both are from the early 70s, so it's practically a vintage showdown. Brando Busta's got the slightly newer 1972 model, which might give him a tiny edge in terms of design tweaks, and maybe some minor performance improvements. Nuts, on the other hand, is racing the 1971 version. Classic, reliable, maybe a bit more seasoned, but still a formidable competitor. Considering how much car choice impacts the race, I'd say Brando Buster's likely to have a slight advantage just because of that one-year bump. But don't count Nuts out just yet. Vintage cars like these are often driven more by feel and luck than raw stats. It's a close call, but I'd give Brando Buster the edge for now. Let's see if he can make the most of that extra year of development. Alright everyone, the race is off at Albert Park, and leading the pack now is Condon in his classic 1971 Ford Falcon. Starting from pole. Looks like he's ready to turn back the clock and maybe even win this thing. Stay tuned. Condon has shot off the line and taken the lead. Gary 17 is holding strong in second place. J.P. Langstrom is hanging on in third, but the pack is already starting to close in. Gary 17 and Condon are nose to tail for first place. Ingela Kringleberry and Tyler Drums 31 are swapping positions for fifth. Ixnobudixel and Sherifa Kitten are locked in a close fight for seventh. Tales of Strili is climbing up to third place. Ixnobudixel is now in seventh. Frago has moved into ninth. Ixnobudixel is driving a 1966 Shelby GT 350. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding a decent position, but still have room to improve. Tales of Strili is in third place, driving a 1966 Shelby GT50. Looks like they're holding a solid position, but not quite catching the leaders yet. The race seems tight at the top. Brando Buster is driving a 1972 Ford Falcon. They are currently in 12th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama. Gary 710 just overtook for the lead. Condon is right behind trying to reclaim it. Gnavling and Maya are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Rome Spider is driving a 1973 Holden Monaro, which is a bit newer than most in the field. They're currently in the 18th position and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Tales of Strili just overtook Gary 17 and is now in second place. Gary 17 is hanging on in third, but not for long. England McCringleberry is closing in on fourth place, making it a four-way fight for the top spots. Condon is leading the race in a 1971 Ford Falcon, starting from the front and holding on to that position. Looks like they're maintaining a steady pace with no signs of trouble so far. Tales of Strili just overtook Condon, and now they are neck and neck for second place. This race is heating up. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Shelby GT350s and Monaros, causing some early overtakes. Expect more drama as drivers fight for grip and position. Brando Buster is holding a slight edge over Nuts at the moment. Looks like Brando Buster might just keep that lead if they stay consistent. Equinox Duo is driving a 1966 Ford Fairlane. Their race looks pretty steady so far, sitting in the middle of the pack without any major moves. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to third place. Condon and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. Dale Earnhardt is making a move up to 9th place. Tyler Drums 31 just overtook someone to take 5th place. Condon and Tyler Drums 31 are nose to nose for 4th. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Pippi Langstrumpf has just overtaken someone to move into 5th place. Tyler Drums 31 and Pippi Langstrumpf are still nose to nose for that 5th spot. Ragu and Cheriffa Kitten are battling hard for 9th place. Looks like a close one. Ixnobudixel and Tyler Drums 31 are nose to tail for 6th place. Brandabuster just snuck into 12th and is climbing. Navling just overtook someone to move into the 13th place. Maya is right behind, so expect some fireworks soon. Lian Yashin is climbing up to the 16th spot, inching closer to the front. Hingle McCringleberry's car is a 1966 Shelby GT50A. He's currently in 3rd place and has the 3rd fastest lap of the race, so he's making a solid push but not quite enough to catch the leaders. Gary Seventon is leading the race in the 1968 Holden Monaro. He's been consistently fast with a best lap of 2:24.157 and holds a comfortable lead. Looks like he's in control so far. Dale Earnhardt has just gained 1 position and is now in 7th place. Ixnobixel and Dale Earnhardt are nose to nose fighting for that 7th spot. Brandabuster is gaining on Fragut, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Scuderia Veloz and Lian Yashin are locked in a fierce scrap for the 17th spot. Wow, Gary Seventon, you really outpaced everyone else. Looks like your victory was a surprise to no one. Well done. Wow, look at that. Gary Seventon took the top spot. Nice job, Gary. You really pushed those pixels to the limit. Great race. Alright, here's a fun fact for you all. The all-random racing car class is basically the ultimate test of luck and skill combined. You never know what car you're going to get, which means sometimes you're racing a sleek sports car, and other times you're stuck with a tiny little go-kart. It's like a box of chocolates, but for cars. It keeps everyone on their toes, and I promise, the surprises are almost as entertaining as my commentary. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. So hurry up and make your selection before the countdown hits 0. Wow, this is like a time-traveling showdown. Renault T4 Nut Classic Lamborghini is definitely bringing some vintage flair. But the Nissan R390 is a beast from the late 90s, built for speed and agility. Honestly, on Talladega, which is all about drafting and pushing to the limit, I'd say the Nissan might have the edge with its more modern design and aerodynamics. Though, you never know. Sometimes the old-timers surprise us. It's a close call, but I think the Nissan has a slight advantage for this race. Let's see if Renault T4 can defy the odds with that classic Lamborghini. Alright, everyone. The race has kicked off at Talladega, and leading the pack in the all-random class is the 9000. 1857, driving a classic 1971 Dodge Charger Super B. Who knew vintage could be this competitive? The Grand Enchanter has shot off the line to take the lead. Vanone 1857 is holding strong in second place, and Dale Earnhardt is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Pippi Langstrup is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is making a move, now in 19th after passing 4 cars. Nyala Totep 98 is also on the rise, now in 26th after overtaking 3 cars. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is on a roll, climbing from way back to 5th place. Pippi Langstrup is making a solid push to 7th, and Scuderia Veloce is not far behind, grabbing 8th. Looks like a busy race for those moving up fast. Maya is slicing through the field now in 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Shoot 'em Up is climbing steadily to 5th place. Pippi Langstrup is also moving up, now in 6th. Looks like the midfield is getting crowded. Maya is making a move, climbing to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lian Yashin is also on the rise, now in 15th after passing 5 cars. Amy is charging forward, now in 9th after overtaking 6 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 3rd place. Pippi Langstrup is closing the gap on Shoot 'em Up by a second. Amy is climbing up to 8th place. Maya is on the move, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Atalia Torres is making a similar charge, now in 17th after a trio of passes. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Dale Earnhardt, shrinking the gap by over 3 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on Fishings, closing the gap by nearly 7 seconds. Amy is chipping away at Shoot 'em Up, narrowing it by 2.5 seconds. And I just moved up 1 spot to 8th place, feeling the need for speed. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 4th place. Amy is closing in on Shoot 'em Up, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Mafia Mavi and Spear Like Hail are nose to nose for 9th place. Amy is closing in on Shoot 'em Up, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Lian Yeshin has climbed 1 spot to take 10th place. La Roche has also moved up 1 spot to 11th. Nyala Totep 988 is on a roll, climbing up to 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is closing in on Mr. Raj, with a 6-second gap shrinking rapidly. Amy is gaining on Shoot 'em Up, closing the distance by 1.7 seconds. The battle for 6th place between Amy and Shoot 'em Up is tightening up nicely. Dale Earnhardt is now in 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on the Grand Enchanter, closing the gap by 1 second. Pippi Langstrom is hot on Hingle McCringleberry's tail, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is slicing through the track, closing in on Mr. Roche by nearly 6 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is chipping away at the Grand Enchanter's lead, just 1.7 seconds behind now. Lian Yeshin is climbing up to 8th place, making moves through the field. Well, look at that. Dale Earnhardt just took the checkered flag. Guess he still knows how to leave everyone in the dust. Congratulations. Wow! Congratulations to Dale Earnhardt. What a fantastic win. I mean, who else would expect anything less from a legend like him? Great job! And it looks like Hingle McCringleberry has the fastest lap, so they get to claim that sleek 1997 Nissan R390. That's a pretty sweet retro ride to add to the collection. Pippi Langstrom also claimed the victory in the bet race, so she's walking away with the same model. Looks like she's ready to race any day of the week. Finally, Amy really went all out with the most overtakes. She's snagging that same shiny Nissan R390, proving she's got some serious skills on the track. What a race! Who's ready for the next one? Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, you better hurry up because the clock is ticking. We're almost out of time to make your choice. Don't miss out on the chance to root for your top contender. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Grand Valley Speedway with Uncle Tobin leading the pack in a 1965 Pontiac GTO Classic Muscle versus Modern Chaos. This is going to be fun to watch. Uncle Tobin has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Cassatur is right behind in second place, trying to keep up. Alex Has No Brain is currently in third, but I wouldn't count anyone out just yet. Cassatur and Uncle Tobin are neck and neck for first place. Tyler is climbing up to sixth. Tyler and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for fifth. Cassatur and Uncle Tobin are nose to tail for the lead. DCKP Rogerts is climbing fast, now in fifth place. Pippi Langstrom and DCKB Rogers are fighting hard for fifth spot. Imogen Tempos is climbing nicely into the top 10. Amy and Nuts are still locked in their close fight for 14th. Maya is making a move up to 16. Cheryl Nidzerosis is climbing up to third place. Alex Hasnobrain and Cheryl Nidzerosis are nose-to-nose for that third spot. Aminzan is gaining ground, now in 11th. Alex Hasnobrain just overtook someone to move into third place. Gasatur and Alex Hasnobrain are still nose-to-nose for second. Cheryl Nidzerosis and Alex Hasnobrain are battling hard for that third spot. Alex Hasnobrain is climbing up to second place. Hippie Langstrom and the Gold Nerd are still locked in a close fight for sixth. Scuderia Veloce is making a move to eighth. Nutz is climbing up to 13th place. Leon Yeshin and Nuts are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Hot Bolognese is inching into the top 20. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 11th place. Leon Yeshin is now 13th place. Hot Bolognese is sneaking into 17th place. Exclusiva Gods is climbing up to the 18th place. Dale Earnhardt is now in the 19th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Amundsen are nose to tail for 10th place. Hot Bolognese just gained one spot and is now in 16th. Hot Bolognese and Amy are also close for 15th, trading positions. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 10th. Amy is up to 14th. Looks like everyone's making moves today. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 9th place. Tyler and Hingle are nose-to-nose for that spot. Aminsan and Tyler are also fighting hard for 10th. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 8th place. Amundsen is also moving up one spot, now in 10th. Tyler and Amundsen are nose-to-nose for 10th. Uncle Tobin is holding a solid lead and has the fastest lap. So he's probably feeling pretty confident right now. Hingle McCringleberry and Big Gold Nerd are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Amundsen and Scuderia Veloce are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Amy is rapidly closing the gap on Lian Yashin, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Uncle Tobin is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this vintage parade under control. The Goldnut is climbing up to 6th place. Hot Bolognese is making a move to 15th. Scuderia Veloce and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 8th place. Lian Yeshin and Imogen Tempest are locked in a fierce fight for 12th. Hot Bolognese just gained a spot, now in 14th. Wow, Uncle Tobin, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow, Uncle Tobin took the win. Huge congratulations. You must have some secret AI driving skills hidden away. And for Amy, congratulations on winning the bet race. You're now the proud owner of a vintage 1965 Pontiac GTO. That's a classic beauty. Looks like someone's about to roll up in style. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't let that timer run out and miss out on the chance to see your favorite ride hit the track. Hurry up before it's too late. Ooh, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Honda R at 272 is a legendary car, known for its agility and lightweight design. On the other hand, the Ferrari 1512 packs a lot of power from its Formula One days, but it might be a bit more unwieldy on modern circuits. Given that Bellini Pri is quite technical and requires a lot of precision, I'd say Amy's Honda might have the edge in maneuverability. But if Crazy Sweetbutt can handle the Ferrari's power and keep it smooth, it could be a close call. I'd lean towards Amy's Honda for the win, but don't count out that fiery Ferrari just yet. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Bellini Pri with Hingle McCringleberry on pole, driving a 1965 Honda R at 272. I mean, who needs modern tech when you've got that vintage charm? Let's see if he can hang on or if those newer cars will leave him in the dust. Hingle McCringleberry has shot to the front, holding the lead. Pippi Langstrup is right behind in second. Global Excel is in third, trying to keep up with the pace. Dale Earnhardt is climbing to third place. Crazy Sweetbutt is also moving up to 7th. Looks like Amy and Crazy Sweetbutt are neck and neck for 7th. Wow, Global Sixest won the race. Looks like they're really speeding ahead of the competition. Congratulations on the victory. Hey Naiva, welcome back to the chaos. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI action. Buckle up and enjoy the ride. Oh, the Chang track is actually known for its sharp turns and sudden dips. It's like the roller coaster of racing circuits. Fun fact, it makes even the most confident drivers second-guess their skills. So, it's basically the perfect place for little chaos and a lot of crashes. Well, not literally, but close enough. Hey there, Amin-san. Glad to see you back in the channel. Hope you're ready to see some epic AI cars battle it out. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Well, with both drivers in the same car and no background info, it's basically a race of luck and raw skill now. If I had to pick, I'd probably go with the Gretz 34 because their name sounds like they might be more into racing than a game I handle, like Gmaster the Game in 1000. But honestly, it's probably going to come down to who's feeling more confident today, or who's got the luckiest start. Grab your popcorn, this one's anyone's game. Alright folks, the race is heating up at Chang Track, and Zufik is starting on pole in a 2014 Delara IL-15. Looks like he's got the early lead, but let's see if he can hold on to it. Zufik is leading the race, followed closely by Scuderia Veloce in second place. Lian Yeshin is currently in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Agrids 34 has climbed 2 spots to take 4th place. Naiba and Degreets 34 nose to tail fighting for that same spot. Girl of Diamond has moved up 1 place to 7th. Girl of Diamond and Nuts are battling closely for 6th. Waffling Gottes is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 17. Dale Earnhardt is hot on their tail, also moving up 3 positions to 18. Axton Hits is making a move, gaining 3 places to 22. Rikoharu G and J Master the Gamer 9000 are nose to nose for 8th place. Ai Rafael and Ixajax are locked in a close fight for 10. Vinche Conti 1 just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Reiko Haru G is really having a rough time dropping 20 spots. Girl of Diamond is climbing steadily to 5th place. Newts is also making moves up to 6th. Looks like the battle for the top is heating up. Waffling Godders is on a roll, climbing to 12th place after overtaking 4 cars. Zinyahima is also making moves, now in 14th place after a similar surge. Maya is on a tear, jumping 7 spots to 17th place. Things are heating up. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a move, and is now in 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Scuderia Veloce is now in the lead, climbing 1 spot to 1st place. Blinchikov 21 has also gained 1 position, now in 9th place. Joan Wolf started in 15th and is currently in the 15th spot, so no overtakes or drops yet. Looks like a steady race for now. Nuts is climbing up to 6th place. Gemaster de Gamernin 1000 is now 7. Looks like they're both feeling aggressive today. Girl of Diamond is climbing fast into 6th place. Jill Wolf is making a move to 13. Amy and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Waldo advances 1 spot to take the 13th place. Akanone and Kreisgoffer are locked in a close fight for 24th. Amy and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose-to-nose for 22nd place. T-Bomb just gained 1 spot to 25th. Asanone and T-Bomb are battling hard for 25th. Gliding Penguin just overtook someone to take the 15th place. Amin-san and Gliding Penguin are still battling for that spot. Zenyahima is climbing up to 26th. Girl of Diamond is climbing up to 5th place. Nuts is now in 6th. Looks like they're both on the move. Naiba is climbing fast into 5th place. Jonawolf is making a move into 13th. Gliding Penguin is sneaking into 14th. Waldo is climbing nicely to 13th place. Chris Gopher and Amy are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Lian Yashin has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Yamasto Tigama 9000 has also gained one spot, now in 7th. Newts and G-Master Tigama 9000 are still locked in a close fight for 7th. Well, look at that. Scuderia Veloce has done it again. Congratulations on the win. Guess they're just too fast for the rest of the pack. Wow! What a fantastic race! Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for winning. They really drove like they owned the track today. And a huge shout out to Scuderia Veloce for snagging the fastest lap, claiming that gorgeous 2014 Dallara IL-15. That's some serious speed. Maya, you really outdid yourself with the most overtakes. Well done! You get to claim that same shiny 2014 Dallara IL-15. Looks like you've earned it with all those daring moves. Great race, everyone. Can't wait to see who surprises us next. A fun fact about the 1965 Plymouth Belvedere is that it was a popular choice for muscle car enthusiasts because of its sturdy build and powerful engine options. Some versions could pack quite a punch, making it a favorite for street racing and car shows back in the day. Plus, it has that classic 60s American look that just screams vintage cool. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which AI racer will dominate the track today. Alright, so we have Dale Earnhardt behind the wheel of a 1963 TVR Griffith 200, and car 77 is in a 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray. The Daffa is known for being a lightweight and nimble British car, but it's also a bit of an unknown in the racing world compared to the iconic American muscle of the Corvette. The Corvette C2 Stingray is a classic with a strong V8 under the hood and a reputation for straight-line speed and stability. Given the car's I'd say the Corvette has the advantage in raw power and possibly better handling on a track like Alley's. Dale's car might be a wild card for agility, but unless the track favors lightweight and maneuverability, I'd put my money on the Corvette. So I'd say Car 77 is the favorite to take this one home. But hey, surprises happen every race. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Alice Track. Leading the pack from pole position is Scuderia Veloce, cruising in a classic 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle S. I guess old school muscle still knows how to hold its own. Right at the start, Scuderia Veloce has taken the lead. Amundsen is holding second, and Pippi Langstrup is in third. Looks like a pretty tight pack already forming behind them. Amundsen just overtook someone to take the lead. Ingo Mekringleberry is closing in, now just 2 spots behind. Looks like a tight duel for the top spot between Amundsen and Ingo Mekringleberry. Pippi Langstrup is now in third place. Nuts has climbed 2 spots to fourth. Zugsterkat is up 1 position to 7th. It's Bumblebee just made a bold move to take the lead from 22 cars behind. Amundsen is not giving up without a fight, staying close in the battle for first. Dale Earnhardt and Car 77 are locked in a fierce duel for the 13th spot. Amundsen and its Bumblebee are nose to tail at the front. Car 77 and the Lilac are locked in a fierce scrap for 12th. Jordan F and Psychotic Weirdo are battling it out for 18th. Amundsen just overtook someone to take the lead. Ingo Mekringleberry moved up 1 spot to 2nd. Pippi Langstrup is climbing into 3rd. Things are getting interesting at the front. Zugsterkat and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for 6th place. Amy just gained 1 spot, now in 14th. Nukenbokum is also climbing, now in 15th. Zugsterkat is climbing up to 6th place. Scuderia Veloce and Zugsterkat are nose to nose for that spot. Car 77 is sneaking into the top 10. Scuderia Veloce just overtook someone to take 6th place. Amy and TPPPA are nose to tail for 13th. Looks like TPPPA is trying to outsmart Amy for that spot. Dale Earnhardt just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th place. He's locked in a close fight with TPPPA for that position. Meanwhile, Jordan F and Nukenbokum are nose to nose for 16th. Zugsterkat and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for 6th place. Jordan F is climbing up 1 spot to 16th. Jordan F and TPPPA are locked in a close fight for 15th. Zugsterkat is climbing nicely into the top 6. Maya is making a solid move into the 15th place. Unknown Tactus is inching closer to the top 20. Dale Earnhardt is driving a 1963 TVR Griffith 200. He's currently in the 14th place, holding steady, but not making much progress. Looks like a quiet race for him so far. Dale Earnhardt is driving a 1963 TVR Griffith 200. He's currently in the 15th place, trying to catch up but not making much progress so far. Igai 77 and Jabu Ogi are nose to tail for 9th place. Nukem Bokum just gained 1 spot and is now in 17th. TPKPA and the Kembukin are also fighting for 17th, so expect some fireworks there. Ikar 77 is climbing up to 9th place. Lian Yasin is making a move to 21st. Dale Earnhardt is driving a 1963 TVR Griffith 200. He's currently in the 15th place, not quite making the moves yet. Looks like he's stuck in the middle of the pack for now. Amy is climbing steadily to 11th place. Maya is inching up to 13. Linilak and Maya are nose to tail for that 13th spot. Jabugi is climbing up to 11th place. Linilak and Dale Earnhardt are neck and neck for 13th. Wow, Amin-san just won the race. Looks like they're really quick on their feet. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, what a race. Big congratulations to Amundsen for taking the win. Not only did they cross the finish line first, but they also snagged the fastest lap. They've earned themselves a stunning 1966 Lamborghini Miura P400 CV. Now, that's a vintage beauty worth bragging about. And let's not forget Amy, who was on fire with the overtakes. They've earned the right to claim a 1963 TVR Griffith 200. That's a classic that's just begging for a reverend well done to both drivers for their impressive performances. Here's a fun fact for you. Classic IndyCar racing cars from the golden era of the 70s and 80s had these massive wings that looked like they came straight out of a sci-fi movie. They were designed to generate downforce, but sometimes they ended up making the cars more about style than function. Imagine driving one of those and feeling like you're in a spaceship rather than a race car. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. Frankie's Maserati from 1958 sounds like a classic beast, full of old-school charm, and probably a lot of character. On the other hand, Maya's 1963 Agatanian Watson might be a little more modern, but still vintage enough to give us some serious style points. Honestly, with the Nashville Superspeedway's high speeds and tight corners, I'd bet that Frankie more traditional race car could have a slight edge if it handles well. But don't count out the Watson. Sometimes a bit of innovation or just good AI programming can surprise us. Who do I think will win? I'd place my bets on Frankie just because the Maserati has that legendary racing pedigree. But I'll be watching with my fingers crossed for a good old-fashioned vintage duel. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Nashville Superspeedway, and leading the pack is Aussie 2002 and a classic 1960 Scarab Indy. It's like watching vintage speed demons chase each other down. Stay tuned to see if history can hold on to the lead. Aussie 22 has taken an early lead, followed closely by Naibe and Lil Sprout. Looks like a tight battle already starting to unfold. Queen Monda is climbing fast into the top half of the field. Telescope Beam is right behind, making a strong push. Nuts is also on the move, closing in. Looks like a tight battle for the middle of the pack. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing up to 9th place. That's Altiz Arena and Nuts are still locked in a close fight for 15. Asley has moved up to 18. Queen Monda is slicing through the track, closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry by nearly 2 seconds. It's Bumblebee is climbing the ranks, jumping 2 spots to sit in 15. The battle for 14th is heating up with its Bumblebee and Telescope Beam nose to nose. Storyforge is really having a rough time, dropping 8 places to 29. Scuderia Veloce and Amy are nose to tail for 5th. Cloud Surfer 69 and Flanky Frankie are locked in a close fight for 8. That Saltis Arena is really having a rough day, falling back to 27. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. The battle between Maya and Amy for 5th is heating up, both racing neck and neck. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. Scuderia Veloce is now in 6th place. Scuderia Veloce and Rosaurus are nose to tail for 5th. Amy just slipped into 4th. The fight for the top spots is heating up. Rosaurus just climbed to 4th place. Scuderia Veloce and Amy are nose to nose for 5th. Lanky Frankie is inching up to 8th. Naibe just overtook for 2nd place. Lil Sprout and Naibe are still neck and neck for 2nd. Flanky Frankie is closing in on Scuderia Veloce, fast, shrinking the gap by over 2 seconds. Congratulations to AussieTube 2002 on winning the race. Looks like they really knew how to steer their way to the top. Well done. Wow! AussieTube 2002 took the victory? Congratulations to them. That was some impressive driving. Looks like they've got the skills to beat all the others today. Great job! Here's a fun fact for you about the 2010 Aston Martin Vantage GT4. It was built for racing, but still had that sleek, luxury car vibe. It's like a sports car that decided to hit the gym and get serious about racing without losing its charm. Not quite your average race car, right? Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't want to miss out on the chance to see your choice race to victory. It's almost crunch time, so get those picks in now. Alright, this is quite the matchup. We've got Pippi Langstrup in a 28 KTM Crossbow GT4, and Rudd 3 Boy Gaming Studios in a 2010 Aston Martin Vantage GT. 4. The KTM is known for its lightweight and agility, perfect for those twisty sections and tight corners. The Aston Martin, on the other hand, has more power and that luxury sedan feel but might struggle a bit with agility. I'd say Pippi's car might have the edge in handling due to its lighter build, but Rudd 3 Boy's Aston has the power to break away on the straightaways. It's a close call, but I think the race might come down to who manages the corners better. I'm leaning slightly towards Pippi, but this could go either way depending on how the drivers take the racing line. Who are you guys rooting for? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Autodrome, Most No Chicane track. And leading the pack is the Scuderia Veloce Ford Mustang Boss 302 GT 4 from 2013, starting in pole position. Let's see if it can hold that lead or if the others have some tricks up their sleeves. The race kicks off with Scuderia Veloce leading the pack, followed closely by Ingle McCringleberry in second place and Dale Earnhardt rounding out the top three. Maya is now in fifth place after overtaking two cars. Amy and Maya are still neck and neck for fifth position. Nuts is climbing up to 10th place. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to second place. Condon is now in 15. Silver Gaming has moved into 18. Maya is now in fourth place, closing in on the top three. Rudd 3 Boy Gaming Studios has climbed to 8th place. Unistix has moved up to 11. The race is heating up. Supersigi and Lian Yoshin are nose to tail for 12th place. Then Hassavintin and Claudia are locked in a close fight for 19th. Up. Rome Spider and Amy are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Super Siggy just gained a spot to 12. Vinha 17 is inching forward to 19. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Rome Spider has moved up to 6th place, also gaining 1 spot. Raineki has advanced to 13th place, climbing 1 spot as well. Hippie Langstrumpf is climbing to 7th place. Raineki is closing in on Super Siggy, cutting the gap by a second. Vinha 17 is advancing to 18th place. Rome Spider is climbing up to 5th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is now in 8th. Looks like some steady progress. Raineki and Super Siggy are nose-to-nose for the 12th spot. Raf 92 and Pondon are locked in a close fight for 15. Maya just overtook Dale Earnhardt and is now in 2nd place. Rome Spider is climbing fast, now in 4th place. The race is heating up with Maya and Dale Earnhardt battling for 2nd. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just sneaked into 7th place. Pro3 and Babardo are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Unistix is driving a 2007 Chevrolet Lachetti. They're currently in 12th place, but their fastest lap is a solid one, 43.968, so they're holding their own. The GT4 cars are holding strong at the front with the Mustang leading, and a tight pack behind. The WTC cars are spread out, struggling to keep pace on this track. The track's no chicane layout favors the more agile GT4s over the less nimble WTC seats. Dale Earnhardt is creeping closer to me, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. They are now fighting for 2nd place. Newts is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by almost a 2.5 seconds. Rome Spider is now in 3rd place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios has climbed to 6th. Nuts is in 9th. Looks like some steady progress. Super Siggy and Unistix are nose to tail for 11th place. Pro3 just gained 1 spot to 21st. Pro3 and Cloudy are locked in a close fight for 20th. Super Siggy is climbing up to 11th place. Theskis is making the move to 21st place. Cloudy's driving a 27 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA and is currently in the 18th place. Looks like they're struggling a bit with the pace, trailing behind the pack. Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for winning the race at Autodrome Most without the chicane. Clearly, they know how to take the straight and narrow to victory. Well done. Wow, what an incredible finish! Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for taking the win. You guys drove like absolute legends today. Maya, you earned that fastest lap. You can now claim the 26 Panos Esperanit GT4. I'll make sure it's an extra shiny prize just for you. Keep up the amazing driving, everyone. Sure. Did you know that the cars from the 1975 F1 season were some of the most dramatic in racing history? They often looked like they'd been designed in a hurry with tiger stripes of titanium and aluminum. It was a time when safety wasn't the top priority, so drivers really had to have nerves of steel. Plus, it was the era when turbocharged engines started to show up, making the races way more exciting. Or nerve-wracking, depending on your view. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your dream machine yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking, and we don't want any sad faces when the race starts. Make your choice before it's too late. Alright, so we've got Blackbeard with the vintage charm of the 1975 BRMP 201 versus Hingle McCringleberry in the equally classic Hill GH1. Both cars are from the same era, so it's really going to come down to driver skill. Oh, wait, these are AI drivers. Well, that just means it's a game of who's programmed to be slightly less awkward at the circuit. The BRMP 201 was known for its uniqueness and a bit of a quirky reputation, while the Hill GH1 has that distinctive style and agility. Honestly, I'd say it's a toss-up, but I'm leaning toward the Hill because it's got those tight corners on Circuit de Pau that might just play into its lighter, nimbler design. So I'm putting my chips on Hingle McCringleberry for a win. But I wouldn't be shocked if Blackbeard's vintage beast pulls off a surprise. Either way, this race is going to be a deliciously nostalgic showdown. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Circuit de Pau, and right at the front, we have Pippi Langstrom in a classic 1975 McLaren M23. Let's see if that pole position can hold up, or if the AI will surprise us all. Lin Yashin has shot to the front, Dale Earnhardt is right behind in second, and Ext Kellenone is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Maya is charging through the field, now in 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maria Koblai is also on the move, climbing up to 6th after passing 4 cars. Rumi Fizz 13 is making a push, now in 8th after overtaking 4 cars. The race is heating up. Rumi Fizz 13 is gaining on Amy fast, just over 5 seconds behind now. Latinumera is closing in on Scuderia Veloce by a hefty 13.5 seconds. Imogen Tempos is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to land in 14th place. Blackbeard is closing in on Kicking Cactus fast, just 10.9 seconds behind now. Dale Earnhardt has taken the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Lian Yashin and Dale are locked in a tight battle for the top spot. Kellanone is climbing to 2nd place. Nutz is now in 8th. Platinumera has moved into 10th. Looks like everyone's making some progress. Lord Sacrisby is now in 4th place. Maya has moved into 5th. Maya Koblai is now in 6th. The race is heating up. Maria Koblai just overtook someone to take the 4th place. Maya is right behind him, looking for a way past. Nutz is climbing up to the 6th spot, closing in on the action. Platniumera is driving the Brabham BT44B and is currently in the 11th position. Their fastest lap is 1:26.443, which suggests they are holding a decent pace but still have room to improve. Nutz is gaining ground on Maya fast enough to make it interesting. Kicking Cactus just jumped 2 spots and is now in 8th place. Imogen Tempos is slicing through the track, closing in on Scuderia Veloce by 5 seconds. Extra Kellanone just overtook someone to claim the top spot. Blackbeard is climbing up to 11th place, making moves. Lord Crispy is climbing to 2nd place. Mara Koblai is also moving up to 3rd. Lian Yashin is making her way to 13th. Maya is closing in on the leaders, now in 3rd place. Nutz is right behind in 4th. Rumi Fizz 13 is making a move to 5th. Looks like a tight battle shaping up. Kicking Cactus is driving a Hesketh 308B, starting 14th. They're currently in 9th place, but their fastest lap is over 3 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. Wow! Dale Earnhardt just took the checkered flag. Looks like he's still got that winning touch. Congrats on the victory! Wow, congratulations to XT Kellanone. You really showed everyone how it's done out there. Fantastic job claiming victory today. And a big shout out to Nuts for the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a 1975 BRMP 201. Looks like you're not just good at overtaking but also at claiming some classic race cars. Keep it up, everyone. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the race starts and you're stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance, because Aviano GP has lots of sharp turns and technical sections. Speed alone won't get you through those tight bends smoothly. Acceleration is also important, but if the car doesn't handle well, you'll lose valuable seconds on each turn. So, a balanced setup with great grip and agility is the way to go for this kind of circuit. Hey there, Adam TT3. Glad you could make it back. We've been having some pretty exciting AI car races today, so you're just in time to catch all the action. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Wow, this is quite a blast from the past versus a slightly more turbocharged 77 BMW Audio Am. The Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX from 1979 sounds like it's ready to throw some serious vintage muscle into the mix, while the BMW from 77 might be more about that sporty, nimble feel. Honestly, with the track being Aviano GP, which favors a mix of speed and tight turns, I'd lean toward the BMW Uo. It's smaller, and likely more agile. Perfect for those tricky corners. But that classic Chevy has raw power on its side, which could shake things up if it gets the right momentum. My bet? I'm thinking the BMW might edge out just because of its handling, but this could turn into a fun clash of old-school muscle versus turbocharged agility. Stay tuned. Alright folks, the race has kicked off at Aviano GP with the Group 5 cars. Leading the pack is the Adam JT3 in a classic 1982 Ford Mustang Zaxby. Looks like the vintage beauty is setting the pace early on. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead. Sure thing. Did you know that Sportsland Sugo is famous for its tricky hairpin turns and elevation changes? It's like the track is giving you a roller coaster ride instead of just a race. Perfect for AI cars to really show off their skills and keep us all on the edge of our seats. Wow. This is quite the vintage showdown. Both cars are legendary. But the 125 from 1937 was a racing beast in its day. Famous for its incredible power and engineering. The 154 from 1938 was also a top contender, but it was more of an evolution of the previous models. Given the historical context, and the fact that the 125 was a dominant force in its time, I'd probably lean towards iconic odds car taking the lead. But then again, Dank Nuggen's Mercedes is no slouch, and maybe with some AI magic, it could surprise us. Who knows, maybe the 154 will show some unexpected speed and take the victory. This is going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race is underway at Sportsland Sugo, and leading the pack is Patzors in a 1937 Auto Union Type C. That car's got some serious vintage speed. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole position. The Dreamkeeper has shot out in front, leading the race. Patzors is holding strong in second place, trying to keep up. Dank Nuggins is currently in third, but expects some early shuffles. Quiz 44 is climbing up to 5th place. Iconic, Odd and Quiz 44 are battling hard for 5th. Smurf 20 is advancing to 7th place. Nuts is on a roll, climbing through the field. Scuderia Veloce is making some progress too. 39 is having a tough time, dropping back quite a bit. Dank Nuggins is racing a Mercedes-Benz W154. They're currently in third place and seem to be holding steady, but no sign of a major move yet. Dank Nuggins is leading the pack now. The Dreamkeeper is dropping back. struggling to hold on to the top 5. Emerald Take 398 is climbing up to 3rd, making a move. Just Panchakes is on a roll, climbing to 2nd place by overtaking 7 cars. Maya is not far behind, moving up 9 spots to settle in 3rd. Lian Yashin is also making progress, overtaking 5 cars to reach 5th. Sasatur is on fire, climbing from the back to 1st place in no time. Lian Yashin is making a strong push, now in 2nd after overtaking 3 cars. Newts is also on the move, jumping 6 spots to claim 3rd. Things are heating up at the front. Adam T3 is on fire, climbing to 1st place after overtaking 3 cars. Dale Earner is also making moves, grabbing 2nd after a similar surge. Dank Nuggins is on a tier, overtaking 6 cars to land in 3rd. Things are heating up at the front. Maya is on the move, now in 3rd place after passing 3 cars. Scuderia Veloce is also climbing now in 4th after overtaking 3. Patsots is gaining ground, now in 5th with a similar move. The Dreamkeeper is gaining on Iconic Odd, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Smurf 20 is climbing up to 12th place, inching closer to Lian Yashin. Those two are nose to tail for 12th, making it a tight squeeze. Quiz 44 is climbing fast into 4th place. Lian Yashin is making a move into 12th. Nutz is also gaining ground into 14th. Quiz 44 is now in 3rd place. Scuderia Veloce has climbed to 5th. Iconic Odd is in 6th. The race is heating up. Inglemead Kringleberry is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 5 cars. Archirun 102 is making a move too, grabbing 6th place after passing 4 cars. Emerald Tick 398 is on a roll, climbing to 7. Smurf 20 is making a move to 10. Pippi Langstrumpf is also advancing, now 12th. The race is heating up. Sasatur is on a tier, climbing from way back to 2nd place in no time. Lian Yassin is also making moves, now in 3rd after overtaking 8 cars. Newts is not far behind, pushing through 9 cars to grab 4. The race is heating up fast. Just Panchakes is on fire, moving up to 2nd place. Dale Earnhardt is making a strong push, overtaking 9 cars to sit in 7th. Pat Swords is climbing steadily into 15th after overtaking 3 cars. Quiz 44 is making a strong move up to 2nd place. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing to 5th after overtaking 6 cars. Ashero 92 is also on the rise, moving into 6th place with 6 overtakes. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Arsharona 192 is also making moves, now in 4th. Looks like they're both on a roll, Wow. Dank Nuggins really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest in the bunch today. Wow. Dank Nuggins really showed us how it's done. Excellent job taking the victory. I guess all that practice paid off. Here's a fun fact about the 26 Honda Civic Si. It's known for its sporty VTEC engine that revs pretty high and gives a nice punch of power for a compact car. It's kind of like the little engine that could, proving that you don't need a supercar to have fun on the road. Plus, it's a favorite among tuners because of how easy it is to upgrade and personalize. Hey everyone! Better hurry up if you want to pick your favorite car before the timer runs out. We wouldn't want any last-minute panic buys now, would we? Get those choices in! Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Brasilia track with Cobber leading the pack and a 26 Porsche Cayman S, quite the classic choice for a street car, isn't it? Let's see if he can keep that pole position. Cobber has taken the lead right out of the gate. Dale Earnhardt is holding strong in second place. KP Langstrom is hanging on in third, but I bet they're already eyeing those top spots. Dale Earnhardt and Cobber are nose to nose for the lead. Sophie just grabbed the third spot, inching closer to Pippi Langstrom, who's not giving up that position easily. Wow. Cover really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win, champion. Oh, fun fact about ultralights racing cars is that they are so lightweight and nimble, they almost feel like they could take off into the sky. If only they had wings! These tiny speed demons are built for pure agility and quickness, making the race a pretty thrilling game of cat and mouse. It's like watching a bunch of miniature rockets zoom around the track. Alright everyone, time is running out. Make your choice quick before the AI cars start racing without you. Don't want to miss out on the thrill, do you? Ooh, this is an interesting matchup. The Lada Revolution, RS2 from 26, sounds like a classic underdog story, probably with a bit of nostalgia and some rough around the edges charm. On the other hand, the 2014 Norma M20FC is definitely built for speed and precision. Probably more aerodynamic and high-tech. Given the choice of cars, I'd say Sasatur with the Norma has the upper hand. The Norma is likely to have better handling, faster acceleration, and overall more modern engineering. But hey, Nonstop Savage could surprise us if they get creative, or if the AI behind that Lada decides to channel its inner wild stallion. So I'm putting my bets on Sasatur's Norma to cross the finish line first. But let's see if the old Lada can shake things up. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Valencia Street Circuit. Amy is leading the pack in her 2019 Radical SR5, starting on pole position. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the other cars will catch up. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Hingle McCringleberry in second place and Pippi Langstrumpf hanging on in third. Let's see if they can hold those positions, or if the chaos will shake things up. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are nose to nose for the lead. NRS Savage just climbed one spot to sit in fourth. Adam Q3 and SNR Savage are trading paint for the fourth spot. Pippi Langstrumpf and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Adam Q3 is climbing up to fourth place. Notes is making progress, now in 10th place. Adam K3 and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for third place. Sasatur and SNR Savage are swapping positions in their close fight for fifth. Nuts is climbing up to ninth, inching closer to the top 10. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Amy with a 1.4 second gap. They are nose to nose for the lead. Sasatur just overtook someone to climb into fifth place. Scuderia Veloce is currently in 9th place with a Palma Jaguar JP1. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise up front. Scuderia Veloce just overtook someone to reach 8th place. Anaxagorax has gained a spot and is now in 12th. Myself and Anaxagorax are nose to nose for 11th. This race is heating up. Newts is climbing to 8th place. Linlilac is now 13th. Dev Factor is right on Anaxagorax's tail, closing the gap by a second. D Factor is on the move, climbing up to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by over a second. Kringleberry and Pippi are nose to tail for 2nd place, so expect some fireworks soon. Kringleberry is climbing up to 2nd place. Newts is advancing to 10th place. Nuts and Scuderia Veloce are locked in a close fight for 8th. Kringleberry is now in 1st place. Pippi Langstrup is right behind in 2nd. Lian Yashin and Senna Savage are neck and neck for 6th place. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Pat Sorts is also climbing up to 12th, and looks like Lynn Lilac and Pat Sorts are nose to nose for that 12th spot. Scuderia Veloce and NSA Savage are still nose to tail for 7th place. Lynn Lilac has gained 1 position and is now 12th. Maya is closing the gap to Pat Sorts, now just 1 second behind. Wow, what a shocker! Congratulations to Kringleberry on that unexpected victory at Valencia. Who saw that coming? Wow, Kringleberry really pulled it off. Congratulations on the win and the fastest lap. That Ocella P. A 21 Honda is definitely a sweet ride to claim. I hope you enjoy cruising around in that classic. Great job! Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The 1930 Grand Prix racing cars were basically the fancy sports cars of their time, but with a lot more horsepower and a whole lot of risk. They often had supercharger systems that made their engines sound like a swarm of angry bees. Imagine racing at speeds that today seem incredibly slow. But back then, they were pushing the limits of what the technology could handle. It's like watching vintage cars try to break the sound barrier with less safety than a paper airplane. Well, what a classic showdown. On one hand, we have my vintage beauty, the 1937 Auto Union Type C, known for its speed and innovative engineering for the time. On the other hand, Og Swolfie's 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C, which is a fine car with a lot of history, but maybe a touch less aerodynamic flair. Given the track at Hidden Valley Raceway, which favors agile and nimble vehicles, I'd say my auto union's likely to outmaneuver the Alfa Romeo. But hey, with AI drivers, who knows? Maybe the Alfa will surprise us with that legendary Italian flair. Still, I'd put my money on my auto union to take the win thanks to its lightweight design and racing pedigree. But don't blink, because with AI, anything can happen. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Hidden Valley Raceway. Leading the pack is Wayne Gretzky in a vintage 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154. Looks like he's got the early jump, but this race is just heating up. Wayne Nebretsky, congratulations on winning the race. Looks like you really took the lead and didn't look back. Well done. Wow, Wayne Nebretsky, you really drove your way to victory. Congratulations on winning the race. That was quite the performance. And for the rest of you, some exciting news. Maya managed to win the bet race, so she gets to claim this beautiful 1937 Auto Union Type C from the Grand Prix Era Dart. Pippi Langstrump, you didn't just race hard, you pulled off the most overtakes, so you also get to claim the same classic car. Looks like everyone's a winner today. Sure thing. Did you know that Eastern Creek Raceway, also known as Amaru Park, was actually built in the early 1960s? It was originally designed for club racing but quickly gained a reputation for hosting some pretty thrilling events. It's got this interesting mix of high-speed corners and tricky chicanes that really test the drivers. Plus, it's just a fun track to watch cars hustle around, especially when AI is racing there. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock's ticking, and we don't want anyone missing out on the fun. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow, we've got a classic Porsche versus a turbocharged Mazda at Eastern Creek Amaru, huh? Dale's in a vintage Porsche, which is a solid choice but might be a bit long in the tooth for a sprint like this. Meanwhile, the Mazda RX-7 Turbo is known for its lightweight agility, and that turbo boost could really give it an edge on those twists and turns. Honestly, I'd say the Mazda might have the upper hand here, especially if the AI drivers are smart about leveraging the turbo. The Porsche's got some raw power but might struggle with the tight corners. So, I'm leaning toward the Mazda taking the win, but it's gonna be close. Stay tuned. Alright, everyone. The race is kicking off at Eastern Creek Amaru with the 1980s slow class. Adam K3 is on pole, cruising in a vintage 1983 Porsche 911 SC. Let's see if that classic can keep up, or if it's just there for the nostalgia. Adam K3 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Pippi Langstrump is holding strong in second place. And I, Maya, am sitting comfortably in third. The top three are already setting the pace. Leon Yashin has moved up one spot to take fifth place. Amin-san has also moved up one spot to take 7th. Amy has gained 2 positions and is now in 8th. Amin-san just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Hingle also gained 1 spot, now sitting in 9th. The battle between Hingle and Amy for 8th place is heating up. Looks like a close fight. The track seems to favor the classic Porsche 911s with the top 3 spots. But the Mitsubishi Galant VR4s are hanging in there. The narrow sections might be challenging for the smaller cars, causing some overtaking chaos. Adam K3 is leading in a classic 1983 Porsche 911 SC. Looks like they're holding steady at the front with no signs of slowing down. Hingle is driving a Renault 5 Turbo from 1984. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in 9th place. Not much action happening around them so far. Nudes is driving a 1987 Honda Civic Si. Looks like they're holding steady in 6th place, but no real moves yet. The race is pretty tight behind the top 5. Bunnysoft Doom is driving a classic 1983 Porsche 911 SC. They're currently in the 8th place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Amin-san's car is a Renault 5 Turbo from 1984. They're currently in 6th place, with a pretty quick best lap for the group at 1 minute 21.5 15ths. Looks like they're making steady progress. Scuderia Veloce is driving a 1985 Mazda RX-7 Turbo. They're currently in 12th place, just a hair behind the pack. Looks like they're hanging in there but need a boost to move up. Amy is driving a 1987 Mitsubishi Galant VR4 and currently in 8th place. She's not quite matching her fastest lap of 22.771. But she's holding her own among the retro street cars. Maya is driving a 1987 Mitsubishi Galant VR4, starting from the 4th position. She's currently in 3rd place, just behind the Nissan Skyline and the Porsche. Looks like she's holding her own, but she might need to pick up the pace if she wants to catch the leaders. Amin-san is making a move up to 5th place. Hinge is climbing to 8th. Looks like some steady progress. Amin-san is driving a Renault 5 Turbo from 1984. They're currently in 8th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Scuderia Veloce is now in 10th place. Amin is climbing to 4th. Looks like the race is heating up. Lian Yeshin is driving a 1983 Porsche 911 SC. She's currently in 6th place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute 21 seconds, which is pretty solid. Looks like she's holding her own in the mid-pack. Wow, big congrats to Adam GT3 for taking the checkered flag. That was some impressive driving right there. You really showed those bots who's boss. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim some sweet cars. Hingle McCringleberry, you earned the fastest lap, so you get to claim the classic 1984 Renault 5 Turbo. Nice job pushing that pedal to the metal. Scuderia Veloce, you won the bet race. So you get to take home the 1985 Mazda RX-7 Turbo. Turbo. Looks like betting pays off, huh? And Eminsan, you're the overtaking champion. That's a lot of maneuvering, so the 1984 Renault 5 Turbo is yours. Great work on those daring moves. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. Indy cars can actually reach speeds of over 230 miles per hour during a race. That's faster than most people can even dream of running. It's like watching a rocket on wheels, but with a lot more precision and a whole lot of skill. Interesting matchup here. Both cars are from the same year, so it's really going to come down to the driving style, and maybe a little luck. The Chevrolet is known for its raw power and aggressive handling, which could give Tangaducky TTV an edge on the straightaways. On the other hand, the Honda is often praised for its precise steering and smooth performance, which might help Maya maintain a steady pace through the turns. Honestly, I'd say it's a toss-up, but I'll be rooting for Maya just to keep things exciting. Whose side are you leaning towards? Alright everyone, Nuts is taking the lead from the pole position in a 2018 Honda IndyCar, racing at Dover International Speedway. Let's see if they can hold on to it or if things get wild. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line and taken the lead. Maya is holding strong in second place, trying to keep up. Jade Zilgaming is right behind in third, looking for an opening to overtake. Nuts just made a bold move to take the lead. Kingshu 22 is closing in behind in third. Rana Rampage is climbing fast into fifth. Things are heating up. Mighty Chunk is on a roll, climbing up to 9th place after overtaking 5 cars. Dale Earnhardt is not far behind, making a similar move to 8. Someone just blitzed past 3 cars to grab 4th place. Yates Elgaming is closing the gap on Maya Fast, just 15.3 seconds behind now. Someone and Rana and Page are nose to nose for 3rd place. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 7th, moving up 1 spot. Kicking Cactus and Captain Canadian are nose to tail for 8th place. Tyler Drums 31 just gained a spot to 11. Tyler Drums 31 and Mighty Chunk are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook someone to take the 11th place. Tyler Drums 31 and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for that spot. It's Aurora is climbing up to 15. It's Sarah and Beats with Kev are locked in a close fight for 14th. Kingship 22 just overtook someone to take the lead. Newts is hanging close behind, not giving up that top spot easily. Leon Yashin and Tyler Drums 31 are locked in a fierce fight for 12th place. Rana Rampage is climbing up to 2nd place. Someone else is also moving up to 3rd place. They are neck and neck in a close fight for 2nd. Wow, Kingship 22 really showed everyone how it's done. Congrats on the win, champion! Wow, congratulations to Kingship 22! You really showed those AI racers who's boss. Well done! And a big shout out to Nuts for grabbing the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a shiny 2018 Honda IndyCar. Looks like someone's gonna be zooming around in style. Keep up the great racing, everyone. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would say the Porsche 917 has the best shot at winning on the Bannockbury Yard circuit. It's known for its incredible speed and handling on the track. The Porsche 917-20 and the 917A models are also quite formidable. But I think the 917 has that perfect balance of power and maneuverability to come out on top. The Ferraris and Lola might put up a good fight. But overall, the Porsche 917 seems like the favorite in this lineup. Oh wow! These two are bringing some serious vintage muscle to the track. The Lola T70 Mach-1 is known for its raw power and agility. But that Ferrari 512S is a classic with legendary speed. Honestly, it could go either way. But I've got a sneaky feeling that the Ferrari might just edge out with its sleek design and proven racing pedigree. Still, don't count out the Lola. Sometimes vintage surprises us all. Who do you think has the edge? Alright. everyone. The race has just kicked off at Bannockbrae Yard. Leading the pack is Lian Yoshin. In a gorgeous 1970 Ferrari 512S, starting on pole. Let's see if she can hold on to that top spot or if the AI decides to surprise us. Lian Yashin has taken an early lead. Nudes is holding on to second place, and Hingle McCringleberry is in third. Looks like a tight start. Botka Morning just overtook someone to take the fourth place. Botka Morning and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for third. Caffeinated Car and Botka Morning are also close, fighting for the same spot. Gesteron 33,796 is making a nice climb up to 20. Filthy Old Guy is also gaining ground, now 22. Evolution 954 is having a tough time, dropping down to 27. Hot Bolognese is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 22nd. Morningstar Soul is also making progress, gaining 3 positions to 25th. Hingle McCringleberry is now in second, inching closer to the leader. Newts is climbing to second place. Amy is now in 6th. I've just moved into 9. Sirarelia is climbing up to 4th place. Botgamuneng and Sirarelia are nose to nose for that spot. Unclearly Gaming is making his way to 25th. Botgamuneng just overtook Hingle McCringleberry to take 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Botgamuneng are still neck and neck for that spot. Sirarelia and Hingle McCringleberry are battling hard for 4th place. Gesteron 33,796 is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 16th place. Amy has gained 2 positions and is now in 4th. The battle for 3rd is heating up with Amy and Botgamuneng trading paint and fighting hard. Evolution 954 is slicing through the track, closing in on Velocitor 14 by 7 seconds. Sirarelia and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 5th place. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 9th, making a nice little move. Evolution in 954 is now just a few car lengths behind Velociter 14 taunting. Maya has overtaken someone and is now in 7th place. Dale Earnhardt is gaining on Caffeinated Car, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Lian Yashin is leading in a 1970 Ferrari 512S, which is a classic racing icon known for its speed and design. She's maintaining a solid pace with the fastest lap of 2 minutes 9 seconds. Looks like she's in control and has a comfortable lead. Pippi Langström and Scuderia Veloce are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Yesteron 33,796 and Dr. Felix are nose to nose for 14th. Ruki Miriki is climbing up one spot to 17th. Maya is holding her ground in 6th place. Ingel Mikringelberry is now in 4th. Aurelia has climbed to 5th. Amy is now in 3rd. Nulavi is racing a Porsche 908 L8 Coupe from 1968. They're currently in the 20th place, but their lap time is over 2 minutes, which suggests they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Merchican Live is gaining on Pippi Langström, closing the gap by over a second. Ruki Miriki just moved up one spot to 16. Evolution 954 is narrowing the distance to Velociter 14 by a second and a bit. Congratulations, Leanne. You really showed everyone how it's done. Clearly the finish line was just waiting for you. Wow, congratulations, Leanne. You not only took the win but also crushed it with the fastest lap. Impressive. And look at that, Amy, you were the queen of overtakes today. Great job. You both can claim a vintage Ferrari 512S from 1970. That's some serious racing prestige right there. Stay tuned, everyone, because this race just turned into a classic showdown. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would probably go with the 1966 Shelby Cobra 427C. It's got that legendary reputation for speed and agility, perfect for tackling the twists and turns of the Kazan ring. Plus, it's got the raw muscle to make a statement on the track. The others are cool, but I think the Cobra's combination of power and heritage might just give it the edge. Alright folks, hurry up and make your pick before the timer runs out. Don't want to miss out on our spectacular AI race, do you? Time's ticking, so choose quickly or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Alright, so on one side we've got Pippi Langstrumpf in a classic Nissan Skyline 2000 GT-R from 1971, known for its legendary performance and agility. On the other, Nexaromova with a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda, which is more of an American muscle car with raw power. Given the Kazan-Ring's twists and turns, I'd say the Skyline might have the edge because of its balance and handling. The Barracuda might give a good fight with its straight-line speed, but could struggle on the sharper corners. So, my bet is on Pippi Langstrumpf taking the win. But don't count out Nexaromova's brute force. Alright everyone, Amy's leading the pack on pole position in that classic 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GT-R. She's ready to show these new kids how it's done at the Kazan Ring. Let's see if she can hold on to that first place. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by its Bumblebee in second place, and Pippi Langstrumpf hanging on in third. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to second place. Hingle McCringleberry is now third. Notes is making a move up to fourth place. Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose-to-nose for second place. Lian Yashin just gained one spot to sit in fifth. Nexaromova also moved up one spot to sixth, and is now battling Lian for fifth. Hingle McCringleberry just overtook someone to climb into second place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Hingle are nose-to-nose for that second spot. Maya and its Bumblebee are locked in a close fight for 8th. Nexaromova is slicing through the field, closing in on Lian Yashin by over a second. Maya is climbing up to 8th place, leaving some behind. Dale Earnhardt is also on the move, grabbing 9th place. G Maxiite is closing in on Jerk place, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Xuma Girl has moved up one spot to take the 19th position. It's there a pair and Kazuma Girl are battling hard for 19th place. Tylodrums 31 is climbing up to 14th place. Demaxiate and Tylodrums 31 are nose to nose for that same position. Kyosify is making a move, now in 21st. Whip 3L25 is on the move, climbing 3 spots to get to the 18th place. Hingle McCringleberry just snatched the lead from the pack. Hippie Langstrump is closing in on Amy Faust, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Amy is leading the race in a 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. She's holding a solid position with a fastest lap of 1:38.378, staying ahead of the competition. Exclusivagox and Demaxiate are locked in a tight fight for the 14th spot. Whitley out 25 is climbing up 1 position to 17. Matrixco is closing the gap on its Therapar by about a second and a tenth. Wow, what a shocker! Hingle McCringleberry taking the top spot again. Guess the race was just a walk in the park for them. Wow! Hingle Kringleberry really pulled off an epic triple crown. That's no small feat, especially with all the overtakes in the blazing fastest lap. Congratulations to them! They've definitely earned that shiny new car. And for the rest of you drivers, here's your chance. Hingle Kringleberry. You can claim the vintage 1964 Cheetah GT, a true classic from Group 4 touring. Pippi Langstrom, since you won the bet race, you're in luck too. You get the legendary 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR from Group 4. Nice work, everyone! Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time. The countdown's almost up, and soon we'll be plunging into the race. So get those choices in before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Well, with Maya cruising in that classic 1998 Lotus Tiga Esprit, she's got the charm and a bit of vintage flair. The Lotus is stylish, but that Kuruma from 2019 is definitely newer and likely more agile. So, I'd say Rana Rimpage might have the edge here, especially with a modern car designed for speed. But hey, anything can happen in AI racing. Sometimes the old-timer surprises us all. We'll see if Maya's got some vintage tricks up her sleeve. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Aintree Vintage Track. And Amy is starting in the lead, cruising on pole position in her shiny 2022 McLaren Elba. Let's see if she keeps that top spot. Aminzan has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding a solid second place just behind. Lian Yeshin is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Minna Mai Style 21 is now in third place, climbing one spot. Lian Yashin and Minami Style 21 are nose to tail fighting for third. Dale Earnhardt has also gained one position, moving into fifth. Rana Rampage and Scuderia Veloce are still neck and neck for 7th place. Nyala Totep 988 just overtook someone to move into 9. Maya and Nyala Totep 98 are now battling for the same spot. So things are about to get interesting. Scuderia Veloce advances to 6th place. Maya climbs 2 spots to 8th. Maya and Nuts are nose to tail for 7th place. Minami Style Air 21 and Amy are nose to nose for second place. Scuderia Veloz has just overtaken a car to sit in fifth. I'm climbing up to seventh, trying to find some space. Mina My Style at 21, and Amy are nose to tail for second place. Maya and Dale Earnhardt are swapping positions every lap. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Nuts fast, the gap shrinking by the second. Maya is now in sixth place, climbing up one spot. Pippi Langstrup and Rana Rampage are nose to nose fighting for 10th. Nyarla Totep 988 has gained one position and is now in 13th. Hingle Kringleberry is really having a rough time, dropping to 15. Maya is closing in on Scuderia Veloz, fast enough to make it interesting. Rana Rampage is climbing up to 8th place, looking to make a move soon. Scuderia Veloz is closing in on Lian Yashin with a 1 second difference. Rana Rampage has moved up one spot to 7th place. Pippi Langstrup has also gained one position, now in 9th. Mina My Style at 21 is driving a 2018 Fittipaldi E F7. They are currently in 3rd place and seem to be holding a solid position, but the race is still wide open. Newts is racing a 2015 Renault Sport RS 01. Looks like they're stuck in the back with no laps recorded, so their race isn't exactly thrilling so far. The tight corners and vintage layout seem to favor the faster, more agile hypercars with good handling. The top drivers are staying close, but overtakes are tricky on this track. Rana Rampage is climbing up to 6th place. Newts and Dale Earnhardt are locked in a close fight for 9th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Nyarlathotep 98, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. Lian Yashin is racing a 2009 Pagani Zonda R, a car known for its extreme performance and rarity. She's currently in 5th place, but her lap time is significantly slower than the leaders, indicating she's struggling to keep up. Scuderia Veloce and Lian Yashin are battling fiercely for 4th place. Maya is climbing up one spot to sit in 6th. Rana Rampage and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place now. Wow, Amin-san just took the top spot. Looks like someone was saving their best for the finish line. Congratulations to Amundsen for winning the race. You totally crushed it out there. And a big shout out to Maya for winning the bet race. I guess luck was on your side this time. Pippi Langstrup, you went full throttle with those overtakes, so well done on claiming the sleek McLaren Elva. Let's see who takes home these stunning cars next time. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and quick handling because rallycross tracks are all about tight corners and rapid changes in direction. Power is important, but being able to maneuver swiftly around those sharp turns will make or break your race. Acceleration out of corners is key too, since gaining that little edge can make a big difference. So, a car with a sharp responsive chassis and good traction control would be my top pick for Montmello Rallycross. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking, so if you haven't made your pick yet, now's the time to jump in. Don't let your favorite car slip away just because you hesitated. Get those choices in before it's too late. Wow! This is quite the vintage showdown. The Alfa Romeo GT. A C from 1970 has a reputation for nimbleness and sharp handling, especially on tight rallycross tracks. On the other hand, the Chevy Nova SS from 1966 boasts raw power and muscle, which can be a game changer in a race like this. If maneuverability is key here, I might lean towards nuts and the Alfa Romeo. But if raw speed and acceleration win the day, Hingle McCringleberry with the Nova could surprise us all. My gut says the Alfa Romeo might just edge it out. But hey, anything can happen when vintage cars hit the dirt. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Montmello Rallycross, and making a commanding start from pole position is Maya in the classic 1966 Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS. Let's see if the vintage charm can hold up against the newer rivals. The race kicks off with Dale Earnhardt leading, followed closely by Maya in second and Nuts in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Scuderia Velois is making a strong push up to 5th place. Maya is dropping back to 8th. Looks like the car is not feeling the love today. Notes has climbed to 2nd, showing some serious determination. Newts and Dale Earnhardt are nose to nose for the lead. This race just got interesting. Alright, here's a fun fact about Old Bridge Township Raceway Park layout 3-track. Did you know that this track is famous for its long straightaway that gives the AI racers a chance to really open up and show off their speed? It's like the straight shot to glory or chaos depending on how the race goes. It's perfect for those dramatic overtakes and last-minute dives. So, if you ever want to see some high-speed action with a dash of unpredictable fun, this is the track to watch. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. On one side, we've got King-Chu 22 piloting a 1978 Metal X MTX 103C. That's a classic, definitely a fan favorite among the retro crowd. On the other side, Unclearly Gaming is steering a 1981 Estonia 21, which I have to admit, sounds like a bit of a dark horse. Given the age and the potential design quirks of these cars, I'd say the Metal X might have a slight edge in handling and speed, thanks to its slightly more modern tech for a 70s model. But then again, the Estonia 21 could surprise us with some vintage charm, and maybe some hidden upgrade tricks. All in all, I'd probably lean toward King-Chu 22's Metal X for a win, but don't count out Unclearly Gaming's Estonia 21 just yet. This race might end up being a tight squeeze. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Old Bridge Township Raceway Park. Your pole sitter is Mina My Styler 21, driving a vintage 1981 Metal X MTX 106. Let's see if classic charm can beat the new tech today. The race kicks off with Mina My Styler 21 taking the lead, followed closely by Pippi Langstrump in second place, and Sarah Rohr holding on to third. Looks like a pretty tight start so far. Pippi Langstrump is now in first place. Shattered Pixel has moved up to third. Trash Crashton is now in fifth. The race is heating up. Shattered Pixel is now in second place. Dale Earnhardt is climbing to 16th place. Rookie Miriki and Dale Earnhardt are battling closely for that 16th spot. Amy is currently in 6th place, driving a Melkus MT77-2 from 1977. Looks like she's holding her ground but not quite challenging for the lead. The track's layout seems to favor the front runners with tight corners and quick sections, making overtakes tricky for the rest. Shattered Pixel is climbing to second place. Unclearly Gaming is advancing to 8th place. Scuderia Veloce is driving a 1979 Estonia 20. They're currently in 7th place, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Liana Yashin just nudged into the top 17. Now she's eyeing Rookie Miriki for that 16th spot, and they are nose to tail. The Formula 1300 cars are pretty evenly matched, so the track layout isn't causing major gaps yet. It's all about driver skill, and maybe a little luck at this point. Shattered Pixel is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still chasing Pippi Langstrumpf at the front. Cover is driving a 1981 Metal X MTX 106, which is holding a solid 10th place. Looks like they're staying consistent with a decent lap time. Maya is currently in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 11 seconds, which is pretty competitive. Her car, a 1978 Avia AE2, seems to be holding up well, but she's not quite in the top 5 yet. Looks like she's trying to make some moves. Ashton Ammerton is driving a 1975 Metal X MTX 103B, a bit older but still hanging in there. Their race seems rough, currently in the last few, and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Shattered Pixel is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still chasing the leader. Will he overtake or settle for second? Shattered Pixel is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still chasing Pippi Langstrumpf. Will he catch up or settle for second? Kingchi22 is struggling to keep up with Uncleely Gaming, who's pulling ahead with a faster lap. Looks like Uncleely might take the win unless King Chu pulls a miracle. Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf just took the win. Looks like she's got some serious racing skills. Way to go. Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations to them. That was quite the impressive win, I must say. Looks like Pippi's got some serious racing skills. Let's see if they can keep up the momentum in the next race. Sure! A fun fact about the LME P1 racing cars is that they were so advanced that some of their technology eventually made its way into everyday supercars. They used super lightweight materials and hybrid powertrains to squeeze every bit of performance out of them, making them the space shuttles of the racing world. It's like watching the future of cars race each other in real time. Alright, so we have Scuderia Veloce in a 2014 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro, which is known for its hybrid tech and durability. And Pippi Langstrump in a 2018 BR Engineering. BR, one's a bit newer, and probably a bit more flexible with its design. Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez is a high-altitude track, so efficiency and power delivery really matter here. Considering the car choices, the Audi's hybrid system might give it an edge with energy recovery, but the Brougham being newer might have better aerodynamics and overall handling. But honestly, this is a close call, especially since both cars are pretty specialized. If I had to put my chips down, I'll go with Pippi Langstrump in the Brougham. It's newer, likely more optimized for modern tracks. But don't be surprised if Scuderia Veloce's hybrid keeps things interesting and pulls out a surprise. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez, and Hingle McCringleberry is leading the charge in the LMP1 class, driving a sleek 2018 BR Engineering BR 1. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole position. Hingle McCringleberry is leading the race, followed closely by Bill Ilgen second place, and H2 Hova, holding on to third. Looks like Hingle is trying to set the pace early on. Newts is closing in on Dale Earnhardt, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is climbing one spot to take 10th place. Akinona is also moving up one spot to 12. Billy and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail at the front. Dale Earnhardt just gained a spot and is now in 4th. Leanne Yashin and I are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Leanne Yashin is climbing to 7th place. Unistakes is inching up to 18th. Lokjan 7 and Schmerzen Live are nose to nose for 20th. Crystal 33 is really closing in on Wangatang 7272. Looks like a battle is brewing. Schmerzen Live and Tyler are nose to nose for the 19th spot. Lacroisson 1980 just moved up to 21st, climbing the ranks. Prodigy Place 58 is really closing the gap on Captain Trippy. Just 3 seconds behind now. Unistics has gained 1 spot and is now in 17th. Tyler has also moved up 1 spot to 18th. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry just took the checkered flag. Clearly, they were in a league of their own. Congratulations on the impressive victory. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry just took the checkered flag. Congratulations! That was a solid drive, keeping everyone on their toes. Now, for those potential car claimers, we've got Nuts who snagged the fastest lap. Nice work! You can claim the sleek 2014 Toyota TS 040 Hybrid. Perfect for some high-speed adventures. And Pippi Langstrumpf, since you won the bet race, you get the impressive 2018 BR Engineering BR1. Well done to both of you. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance before the timer runs out. Don't miss out on the chance to see some of these beauties race. Hurry up and make your selection before it's too late. Oh wow, this is a classic battle. The 1968 Ford P68 is a pretty quirky and innovative choice, but it did have its fair share of issues back in the day. On the other hand, the 1967 Ferrari 330 P4 is legendary for its speed and dominance in endurance races. I'd put my money on the Ferrari just because it's a proven champion in this kind of competition. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. So I'm definitely keeping my eyes peeled. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Dubron-Semblik track. Hingle McCringleberry is on pole, cruising in a classic 1965 Lotus 40 in the prototype's 1960 class. Let's see if that vintage charm can bring home the win. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off into the lead. Newts is holding strong in second place. And right behind me I am holding on to third for now. Big Boy Betts is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 8th place. Dale Earnhardt is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 3rd. Amy and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Looks like a close fight. Excepcion is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 9. Scuderia Veloz is doing the same, now in 10th. Spike Ups is also making moves, up 3 spots to 11. Hingle McCringleberry's car is a 1965 Lotus 40, a classic prototype known for its lightweight design and agility. They're leading the race comfortably, showing strong performance and consistency so far. Amy is in 8th place with a McLaren Elva Ford from 1966. Her fastest lap is nearly a minute slower than the leaders, so she's struggling to keep up. Newts is now in first place. Hingle McCrinkleberry and Nuts are nose to nose for the lead. Dale Earnhardt has climbed to fourth. Hingle McCringleberry is leading in a 1965 Lotus 40, a classic prototype known for its lightweight agility. Looks like he's got a solid grip on the race, maintaining the fastest lap so far. Exception just nudged into 7th place. Amy and Exception are nose to nose for that spot. Scuderia Veloce is climbing up to 9th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Excepcion is feeling the heat from Scuderia Veloce, the gap shrinking fast. Spikles is making a nice jump to 10th. Maybe they're finally getting the hang of this. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really pulled off a stunning victory. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the race. That's quite the achievement. And look at that. They also snagged the fastest lap, so they can claim the classic 1965 Lotus 40. Well deserved. Now, as for me, I managed to win the bet race, so I get to add the fabulous 1967 Ferrari 330 PP4 to my collection. Guess I'll be the one cruising around in style now. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Can't wait to see what the next race has in store. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Lime Rock Park is a relatively short and twisty circuit, so cars that can navigate tight corners with precision and maintain good balance will have the upper hand. While straight line speed is always nice, the real winners here are the vehicles that can dart through the corners smoothly and keep their momentum. Zoe, a car with excellent maneuverability and responsive steering, would be my top pick for this race. Alright everyone, you better make your picks soon before the countdown runs out. Don't want to be stuck with the slowpoke of a car, do we? Hurry up and choose your champion. Oh wow, what a matchup. Osktarot in a 1993 Seat Ibiza versus Gliding Penguin in a 1990 Subaru Legacy RS. Both cars have their charm. But honestly, the Ibiza is more like a go-kart than a race car, especially considering Lime Rock Park's twists and turns. The Subaru, on the other hand, with its legacy of all-wheel drive and a bit more punch, might have the edge in handling and stability. I'd probably put my bets on Gliding Penguin, but knowing AI, anything can happen. Maybe the Ibiza will surprise us with some underdog magic. Let's find out. Alright folks, the race is underway at Lime Rock Park, and leading the pack is Nuts in a 1996 Fiat Coupe Turbo. This car might be from the 90s, but hey, it's got that turbo spirit. Let's see if Nuts can hold on to that pole position. Nuts is leading the pack right now with Stankit right behind and Everlasting Apex holding third. Looks like a tight start. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing fast into third place. Maya is also making moves, now in 7th. Oscarot and Gliding Penguin are locked in a close fight for 8th. Oscarot and Gliding Penguin are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Scuderia Veloce just sneaked into the top 10. Aminsan is chipping away at Leon Yashin's lead, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Amy is driving a 1997 Mitsubishi GTO Twin Turbo, currently in 10th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress yet. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook Stankit, and now they are side by side for 2nd place. This is getting interesting. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Scuderia Veloce has moved up to 9th place, also gaining 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1997 Mitsubishi GTO Twin Turbo .2. Looks like they're holding a solid 6th place, probably enjoying that twin turbo boost. Race seems steady, no major drama so far. Maya is gaining on Dale Earnhardt and has cut the gap by a full 2nd. Aminsan and Leon Yashin are locked in a fierce fight for 12th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in 1st place. Nuts and Pippi are still battling for the lead. Aminsan has moved up to 12th. Maya just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Looks like she's got her eyes on that 3rd spot. Everlasting Apex is not giving up easily. Still right behind her, Dale Earnhardt is closing in fast. This battle for 5th is heating up. Amy is really making a move on Scuderia Veloce, closing the gap quickly. Aminsan just overtook someone and is now in 11th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is leading comfortably and setting the pace. Looks like he's got this race under control for now. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing up 1 spot. Dale Earnhardt has also moved up 1 spot into 5th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 6th place. Gliding Penguin is also moving up to 7th. Everlasting Apex and Gliding Penguin are nose-to-nose for 7th. Nuts is driving a 1996 Fiat Coupe Turbo, starting from the pole position. They're holding 2nd place and have a fastest lap of 12.18. So they're clearly pushing hard, but not quite breaking away. Gliding Penguin is driving a 1990 Subaru Legacy R. They're currently in 8th place, hanging tight with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 12 seconds, and 585 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding their own in the mid-pack. Stankit is driving a Volkswagen Corrado V R6. They're holding on to 3rd place, but their lap time suggests they're not quite as quick as the leaders. Looks like a steady race so far. Scuderia Veloz just sneaked into 8th place. Lian Yeshin and Amundsen are nose-to-nose for 11. Looks like a close fight there. Gliding Penguin is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, fast enough to make it interesting. Amundsen just moved up 1 spot to 11. Lian Yeshin and Amundsen are nose to tail for 11th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Maya is closing in on Stankit, the gap shrinking by 2.5 seconds. Amy is climbing up to 9th place. Amundsen is also moving up to 10th place. Amy is driving a 1997 Mitsubishi G2 twin turbo. She's currently in 10th place, but her fastest lap is nearly a second slower than the leader. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front pack. Wow, Hippie Langstrom just won the race. Looks like being adventurous pays off. Congrats on the victory. Wow, Pippi Langstrom really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations, you deserve it. And hey, with the fastest lap, you get to claim a classic 1990 Nissan Pulsar GT-R. That's quite the retro street car. As for me, I managed to pull off the most overtakes today. I'll happily take home the 1997 Mitsubishi GTO twin turbo. Who knew I could be so sneaky on the racetrack? Great race, everyone. Can't wait for the next one. Sure thing. Did you know that Group 3 racing cars are kind of like the all-star team of racing? They're designed to be pretty balanced. Not too crazy like the top-tier prototypes, but still super competitive. It's kind of like the middle sibling who's just good enough to hold their own, but still has a few tricks up their sleeve. Plus, they often look pretty sleek and sporty, making them a fan favorite for those who love a good mix of performance and style. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. Both of these cars have their charm. But the Ford Falcon is known for its raw power and stability, especially the one from 1972. The Chrysler Valiant Charger is no slouch either with its sleek design and solid performance. If I had to guess, I'd say the Falcon might edge out just a tiny bit because of its reputation for not giving up easily on the tracks. But don't count the Charger out just yet, it's got some surprises up its sleeve. Let's see who takes the lead on this retro Silverstone circuit. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Silverstone Retro. Amy is starting in first place, driving a vintage 1971 Mercedes-Benz 300 SEL. Let's see if her classic ride can hold off the modern competition. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Vagrant Enchanter in second and Jester 133,796 in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Vagrant Enchanter takes the lead, leaving everyone in the dust. Dale Earnhardt climbs to fourth, probably just warming up. Fish the Husky sneaks into eighth, making it a little more interesting back there. Nuts is now in sixth place. Fish the Husky is cutting down the gap to Leon Yashin by almost 2 seconds. Stankit is climbing to 14th. Yesterone 133,796 just overtook someone to grab second place. Lian Yashin climbing up to sixth. Lian and Itsara are nose-to-nose fighting for fifth. Maya is now seventh, climbing 2 spots. Nuts and Maya are nose to tail for 7th place. Ingle McCringleberry is chipping away at D's lead, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Newts is climbing up to 7th place. Stankit is now in 13th. ERS Beshil has moved into 15th. Newts and Lian Yashin are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Ingle McCringleberry is making a move, climbing up to 10th. Newts and Lian Yashin are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Fish the Husky just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Maya and Fish the Husky are practically glued together for 8th. Dale Earnhardt is holding on to 3rd place, but Amy is right behind, ready to pounce. Leon Yashin and Itsara are nose-to-nose for 5th. Fish the Husky and Nuts are battling fiercely for 7th, with no clear winner yet. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 3rd place. Lian Yashin is now 5th. Fish the Husky is inching closer to the top, now 7th. Fish the Husky and its Sarar are nose-to-nose fighting for 6. Lian Yasin has moved up to 4th place. Amy and Lian are still neck and neck for that spot. Stankit is chipping away at Deeze's lead, now just 1.9 seconds behind. Fish the Husky just overtook its Syrah for 6th place. Meanwhile, Maya is trying to find a way past Nuts for 8th. This race is heating up. Fish the Husky just overtook someone to move into 6th place. It's Saror and Fish the Husky are nose-to-nose for that spot. Maya is climbing up to 8th place, inching closer to the pack. Its Saror is now in 6th place, climbing up 1 spot. Its Saror and Amy are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th. Fish the Husky and its Sarara are also in a close duel for 6th. Lian Yashin has advanced to 3rd place. Nutz has climbed to 8th place. Inga McCringleberry is now in 9th. Well, look at that. They, the Grant Enchanter, just crossed the finish line first. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! The Grant Enchanter really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations to you, that was an impressive performance. Looks like all that virtual engine power paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Here's a fun fact for you. Back in the 1960s and before, streetcars were often raced in what they called production classes, meaning the cars had to be pretty close to what you could buy at the dealership. Can you imagine racing a car that still had the same paint job and interior as the one you bought last week? They even used to put license plates on the front of race cars in some races, because they wanted to keep that street-legal look going. It was a wild time when cars looked like they just rolled off the lot, but could still leave you in the dust on the track. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down and the cars are revving up. If you haven't picked your favorite yet, now's the time to make that decision before the race kicks off. Don't make me choose for you, because trust me, I picked the fastest one, just for the thrill. This is a classic muscle car showdown on the vintage streets of Circuit de Pau. Maya's driving a 1965 Pontiac GTO, which is known for its raw power and straight-line speed, but might struggle a bit with sharp corners. Amy's in a 1967 Plymouth GTX, which tends to have a bit more agility and a solid balance of power. Considering the twists and turns of Circuit de Pau, I'd say Amy might have the edge in handling with that car. But Maya's Jita won't go down without a fight since that engine roars for the straightaways. I'm leaning towards Amy taking the win, but don't be surprised if Maya pulls off a surprise move late in the race. This is gonna be fun to watch. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at the historic Circuit de Pau Vintage. Mission Man is starting from pole position in a classic 1951 Ferrari 212 Export duct type. Looks like the vintage thrill begins now. The race kicks off with a better bloke leading the pack, Mission Man in second, and Scorched Log right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is slicing through the field, now in fourth place. Mission Man is holding strong at the front. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to fifth. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to ninth place. Inga McCringleberry is also moving up to 11. Scuderia Veloce and Buffini 19 are locked in a close fight for 12. Pippi Langstrump is climbing to fourth place. Dale Earnhardt is now in eighth. Beth Raylene is making her way to 13. Scorched Log is climbing to second place. Lian Yashin is now in sixth. Dale Earnhardt is in seventh. Looks like everyone's making moves. Amy is climbing fast, now in 8th place. Scorched Log and Mission Man are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. A Beta Bloke is chipping away at Scorched Log's lead, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. A Beta Bloke and Scorched Log are battling for second place now. Scorched Log is now in first place. Pippi Langstrump is close behind in second. I'm climbing up to fourth, making a little progress. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to fifth place. Maya and Dale Earnhardt are nose to tail for fourth. Amy is chipping away at a Better Bloke, closing the gap by a second and a half. Maya is now in third place, climbing up one spot. Amy is chipping away at a Better Bloke, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. A Better Bloke is climbing up to fifth place. Beth Raylene is gaining on Buffy 19, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Dale Earnhardt is having a rough time, and is now 12th place. Abeteur Bloke is gaining on Mission Man, closing the gap by over a second. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing fast, now in 6th place after moving up 2 spots. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on a better bloke, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Luffy 19 is climbing up 1 spot to 8th place. Scuderia Veloce is also moving up 1 spot, now in 12th. Abetta Bloke and Mission Man are nose to tail for 4th place. That's Altis Arena is closing in on Cobber fast, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Amy is closing in on a better bloke, shrinking the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Amy is gaining on a better bloke, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Notes is now in 15th, climbing up 1 spot. Abeteur Bloke and Mission Man are nose to tail for 5th place. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 16th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Dolphine 18 is right behind a better bloke, closing the gap by 1 second. Well, look at that! Scorched Log claiming victory again. Someone's got the magic touch. Congrats on the win. Wow. What a fantastic race. Huge congratulations to Scorched Log for taking the win. That was some serious racing skill right there. And congratulations to Maya for winning the bet race. A 1965 Pontiac GTO. Huh? Classic choice. I hope you're ready to turn heads in that vintage beast. Hingle McCringleberry, you crushed it with the most overtakes. That takes some serious guts and skill. You get the 1967 Plymouth GTX, a true muscle car legend. Great job to everyone who participated. This was a race to remember. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Dust Bite Speedway has lots of tight corners and tricky turns, so a car that can grip the road and handle those curves smoothly would be key. Speed is important, but if a car can't stay glued to the track, it's not going to do well here. Acceleration matters too, but the ability to navigate the twists without losing control is what will make or break a car's performance on this dirt-filled track. Alright, so we have JC Productions in a 2011 Dodge Ram and Cloud Surfer 69 in a 2011 Chevrolet Silverado Dustbite Speedway. Considering the cars, even though they are both pickups from the same year, the Dodge Ram is known for its slightly better torque and overall off-road capability, which might give JC Productions a bit of an edge. But then again, the Silverado is no slouch and might surprise us with its handling, given that Dustbite Speedway can be tricky, and the race is all about how well each driver adapts to the asphalt. I'd lean towards JC Productions in the Ram. It just seems like that extra bit of muscle and maybe a little more aggressive handling could push him ahead. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen, so I wouldn't count either of them out just yet. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Dustbite Speedway, and leading the pack is the NASCAR Trucks class, driven by JC Productions in a classic 2011 Dodge Ram. Let's see if that vintage magic can hold up. JC Productions has shot to the lead right out of the gate. Cloud Surfer 69 is hot on their tail in second. Rookie Miriki is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Dreletsco is on a roll, climbing to 13. Sotsfied is making moves, now 24. Cloud Surfer 69 is holding the top spot, but only just. JC Productions just snuck into the lid, pushing up one spot. Cloud Surfer 69 and JC Productions are nose to nose for the top spot. Zombush 86 and Schmerzenleib are locked in a close fight for fifth. Amy is climbing fast, now in the 18th place. Cloud Surfer 69 has taken the lead, moving up one spot. JC Productions and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose to tail for the top spot. Marcus is on a roll, climbing up to 25th place. Rukimi Riki just nudged into second, but JC Productions is right behind, making it a close fight for that second spot. Lead 3 out 25 is making a nice climb to 25th place. Popcorn Slayer is also on the move, grabbing 27th. JC Productions is now in the lead, claiming first place. Looks like they're feeling confident. Wow. JC Productions really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow. Cloud Surfer 69 really took that race to the next level, didn't they? Huge congratulations to them. Looks like they've got some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just an AI. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Here's a fun fact about the 1958 Ferrari 246 F1 Dent. It was actually the first Ferrari Formula One car to feature a mid-engine layout, a design that would become the standard for racing cars ever since. Imagine being revolutionary in 1958 and changing the game for all future F1 cars. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time to get those choices in before the countdown ends. Don't let your favorite slip away while you're still hesitating. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1957 Maserati 250 is a classic that's known for its speed and agility. On the other hand, the 1955 Gordini T32 has its charm, but isn't quite as legendary in the racing world. If I had to put my chips down, I'd say nuts with that Maserati has the edge here. Its reputation for performance on the JS Turbo short track should give it a slight advantage. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, unless the Gordini pulls out a surprise. I'm predicting a win for nuts. Alright folks, kickoff at the JS Turbo short track with some board boy on pole, and in 1958, Cooper T. 43 tool. Looks like a vintage showdown is about to unfold. Buckle up. Some board boy has shot to the front, holding the lead. Anaxagorax is right behind in second place. Pippi Langstrom is currently in third, trying to keep up. The top three are already making it interesting. BasketnTV is on fire, climbing to the front, and now leading the race. Jerk Plays is making a strong push, closing in on the top four. Pippi Langstrom is having a rough time, dropping back to 9th place. Pippi Langstrom is on a tear, overtaking 8 cars to take the lead. Wild Cavanone is making a move, passing 4 cars to settle in at 16. Shattered Pixel is also climbing, overtaking 4 to reach 18 time. Stumble Boy and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose for first place. Ingle McCringleberry just gained 2 spots and is now in 5th. Tron is climbing up 1 spot to 7th. Dumbboard Boy just took the lead. Anaxagorax is now in 2nd place. Amy has moved up to 3rd. Looks like the top 3 are shifting around. Asuroni is climbing to 8th place. Notes and Jerk Plays are locked in a close fight for 9th. While Cavanona is advancing to 14th. Scuderia Veloce advances to 14th place. Shattered Pixel is closing in on Wild Cavanona, the gap shrinking by 1.3 seconds. Gary 17 and Shattered Pixel are nose to tail for 16th place. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on me fast. Just 11.9 seconds behind. Ingo McCringleberry has climbed one spot to take third place. Amy and Hingle are locked in a fierce duel for third position. Wow, some board Bowie really sprinted to victory. Guess boredom is the secret weapon. Well done. Whoa, look at that. Some bored boy took the win, huh? Congratulations. Looks like all those late night racing dreams paid off. Can't wait to see if they can do it again or if someone else will steal the spotlight next round. Great job. Here's a fun fact about the 1985 Alfa Romeo GTV 6. This car was known for its distinctive rear hatch and sporty design. But what's really interesting is its engine. It had a V6 engine that was originally designed for Alfa Romeo's Formula One cars, so it packed a punch and made this car a real joy to watch in races. Plus, it has this classic Italian charm that just screams style and performance. Hey, everyone! Time is almost up, so if you want your favorite car to join the race, now's the moment. Don't miss out on the chance to see it speed through the track. Get your votes in before it's too late. Oh wow, we've got a classic Japanese Toyota versus a sleek Italian Ferrari. That Toyota Celica GT4 is known for its rallying prowess and durability. But the Ferrari F355 Berlinetta F1 is all about speed and agility. Given the track and the cars, I might lean towards the Ferrari for its raw power and handling finesse. But don't underestimate the Toyota's rally heritage. It could surprise us if the AI drivers play their cards right. So, my bet is on iconic Odd in the Ferrari. But I wouldn't count out Pippi Langstrom just yet. This is going to be interesting. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Albi Vintage, and look at that! Hingle McCringleberry is starting on pole with a 1992 Sizzy Tomoroder Fee 16T. I mean, who wouldn't want to see that beauty dash through the vintage street? Pippi Langstrom is leading the race, Hingle McCringleberry is right behind in second, and Amy is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight start. Iconic Odd is climbing up to second place. Iconic Odd and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose for the lead. Hingle McCringleberry and Iconic Odd are locked in a close fight for second. Iconic Odd takes the lead, claiming first place. Hingle McCringleberry moves up to second. Pippi Langstrom and Hingle are nose-to-nose for second place. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Pippi Langstrom with a 1.6 second gap. Simple Marcus has moved up one spot to take 9th place. Naturally Unlucky and Simple Markers are battling it out for 9th position. Nyarlathotep 98 is climbing up to 5th place. Maya and Naturally Unlucky are nose-to-nose for 10. Nyarlathotep 98 and Dale Earnhardt are nose-to-tail for 4th place. Simple Markers just slipped into 8th. Simple Markers and Nuts are fighting hard for 7th. Delphine Beast is driving a Ford RS 200 from 1984, a classic rally icon. They're currently in 15th place, so it looks like the race is a bit of a struggle for them today. Nuts just sneaked into 6th place. Simple Markers and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. I am climbing up 2 spots to 9th. Hingle McCringleberry and Iconic Odd are nose-to-tail for the lead. Simple Marcus just snuck into 7th place and is now fighting to hold it against Amy. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move to take the lead. Maya is climbing up to 8th place. Delphine Beast and Naturally Unlucky are locked in a close fight for 11th. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 3rd place. Pippi Langstrom and Dale Earnhardt are locked in a close fight for 3rd. I am moving up to 7th place. inching closer to the top. Nyarlathotep 8 and Pippi Langstrumpf are neck and neck for 4th place. Belthanata Beast and Naturally Unlucky are locked in a close fight for 11th. Nyarlathotep 8 is climbing up to 4th place. Maya is making a move to 6th. Simple Markers and Nuts are locked in a close fight for 7th. Simple Markers just overtook Nuts to take 7th place. Naturally Unlucky is closing in on the top 10. Maya just overtook Pippi Langstrumpf to move into 5th place. They're now locked in a close fight for that position. Nuts and Simple Markers are also nose to tail for 7th place. Nuts and Simple Markers are nose to tail for 7th place. Scuderia Veloce just grabbed 8th and is closing in. Naturally Unlucky and Scuderia Veloce are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Simple Markers is now in 6th place. Amy is gaining on Nuts and has cut the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Just Panchakas is closing in on Naturally Unlucky, closing the distance by a second. Maya is gaining on Nyarlathotep 98, closing the gap by another 1.4 seconds. Nuts and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really sprinted to victory. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, what a fantastic race! Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for taking the checkered flag. You really drove that car like you stole it. And a huge shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for setting the fastest lap. Clearly a master of timing and speed. Maya, you did an incredible job with the most overtakes. Looks like you're a real traffic jammer. Both of you are now the proud owners of that stunning 1992 Cizetta Mortimer 416T. What a way to claim your prize, folks. Thanks for racing, everyone. Sure thing. Did you know that the Korean Grand Prix track was actually designed with a lot of twists and turns to keep drivers on their toes? It's like a giant puzzle on wheels. Also, it's one of those circuits where the weather can really throw a wrench in the plans, making every lap a surprise. It's basically the roller coaster of F1 tracks. Alright everyone. Time's ticking away. Make your picks before the buzzer goes off. Don't miss out on the chance to see these AI cars tear up the track. Hurry up and get those selections in. Wow! This is quite the throwback race we've got here. Kyosify with that vintage Caterham R500, which is known for its light and agile nature, versus Nuts with a 1995 Rough CTR2. A car that's pretty legendary in its own right, with that raw German engineering. Honestly, I'd say the Rough CTR2 might have a slight edge because of its more powerful engine and torque, especially around a track like Korean Grand Prix, with all those twists and turns. The Caterham might be faster in the corners due to its lighter weight, but I think the extra power in that Rough could help it pull ahead on the straights. But hey, in racing, sometimes the car's story isn't the only thing that decides it. It'll be fun to see how these old legends handle the challenge. If I had to pick a winner based on this, I'd give a tiny edge to Nuts with that Rough, but don't count out Kyosify's agility. Who do you think will take it? Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Korean Grand Prix track, and leading the pack is Lian Yashin, in a 1937 Auto Union Type C. Yeah, you heard that right. A vintage beast, up front in this chaos. Let's see if it can hold off the modern crowd. Lian Yashin has shot to the front, holding the lead. Lin Chekhov 21 is right behind in second place. Dale Earnhardt is currently in third, trying to keep up. Pippi Langstrup is climbing fast, overtaking 5 cars to reach 13th place. Dale Earnhardt is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to take second. Dale and Lian Yashin are locked in a tight duel for the lead. Dale Earnhardt is now in first place. Amy has climbed to fourth. Iam Chubby Panda is in sixth. The race is heating up. Looks like someone just nudged into 7th place. Scuderia Veloce is right behind, trying to squeeze into that spot as well. They're nose to tail, so this could get interesting soon. Maya just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Scuderia Veloce is now in 8th place after moving up 1 spot. The fight for 6th place is heating up between Scuderia Veloce and Iam Chubby Panda. Amy just overtook Lian Yashin to move into 3rd place. Lian Yashin is holding on to 4th but only just. Scuderia Veloce has gained 2 spots and is now in 5th. Amy and Lian Yashin are still nose to tail for 3rd. Scuderia Veloce is climbing to 4th place. Iam Chubby Panda is closing the gap on Lian Yashin by 1/4 seconds. Someone is sneaking up to 7th place. Iam Chubby Panda and the other racer are still nose to tail for 6th place. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on the top 10, moving up 2 spots to 8th. Scuderia Veloce just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Amy and Scuderia Veloce are nose to nose for 3rd. Someone is climbing up 1 spot to claim 5th. Scuderia Veloce is closing in on Maya quickly, just 2.2 seconds behind now. Pippi Langstrup has climbed 2 spots and is now in 7. Just Pankakes and Yamchubby Panda are nose to tail fighting for 8th place. Scuderia Veloci is gaining on Maya with a 1.4 second difference. Amy is also under pressure, closing in by 2.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf just moved up 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Amy is feeling the heat as someone is closing in, cutting the gap by over a second. Yamchubby Panda just snuck into 7th place, climbing 1 spot. Scuderia Veloce is now in 2nd place. Someone is closing in on Amy and shrinking the gap by 230 seconds. Just Pankakes is climbing up to 8th place. Scuderia Veloce has just claimed the top spot. Dale Earnhardt is right behind, not giving up easily. Someone is climbing up to 4th place, inching closer to the front. Maya is holding her ground, but the chaser is getting closer. Just Pankakes is narrowing the gap to Yamchubby Panda. Cheryl Gamesa is closing in on Tug on it TTV faster than a speeding bullet. Amy is closing in on a rival, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Amy and another racer are battling hard for 4th place. Dion Wolf is climbing up the field, moving into 12th place. The gap between Maya and the chaser is shrinking fast. Just 1.5 seconds now. Lian Yishin is closing in on Wolf of Eco, closing the distance by the same 1.5 seconds. Kyosify is climbing up the ladder, moving 1 spot up to 12. Kyosify is gaining on Lian Yashin, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Filthy Old Guy is climbing up to the 17th place, making moves. Hot Bolognese is driving a 2008 Lada Priora, which is not exactly known for speed or finesse. They're currently in the last few positions, so it looks like the race isn't going their way today. Maya is currently in 3rd place with her Ferrari LaFerrari. She's fastest on her lap so far with a 2:27.767. Looks like she's holding her own among the street cars, but she's a bit behind Dale Earnhardt, who's in 2nd. Race seems tight, but she's making a solid push. Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce on their win. Looks like they really sped past the competition. Well done! Hey Darth Blazer, welcome back to the chaos. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some AI racing madness. Sit back and enjoy the ride. Wow! Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for smashing it and taking the win. Well deserved. And a big shout out to the driver who clocked the fastest lap. You get to claim in 1975 Fittipaldi FD03. That's a legendary piece of racing history. Also, Pippi Langstrup, you nailed it with the most overtakes. Impressive hustle out there. You get to claim a 2015 Ferrari LaFerrari. A true beast of a modern street car. Great job to everyone. This was a fun race to watch. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Atlanta Motor Speedway circuit, I'd go with the 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. It has that legendary reputation for performance and handling, especially in tight competition. Plus, it's got the kind of style and engineering that might just surprise everyone on a high-speed track like Atlanta. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now before it's too late. Don't miss your chance to choose the car that will dominate the race. Get those selections in, and let's see which AI gets the upper hand. Well, this is quite the classic showdown. On one side we've got Maya in a sleek 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1, a car that screams vintage style and raw power. On the other, Hingle McCringleberry is behind a 1971 Myers Manx, which is more of a dune buggy than a speedster. Perfect for off-road adventures, but maybe not the best on a paved track like Atlanta Motor Speedway. Given the track is asphalt, and the Corvette's design meant for speed and smooth handling, I'd probably put my chips on Maya. The Corvette's got the edge in stability and acceleration on a track like this. Hingle's fun off the road, but Atlanta might be a bit too much for a classic dune buggy to handle at high speeds. So my bet is on Maya with the Corvette taking the win here. But hey, it's all about the thrill, right? Alright folks, the vintage slow cars are off at Atlanta, and leading the pack is Lithocarp in a 1977 AMC Pacer X. I guess speed isn't its thing, but hey, it's got character. Darth Blazer has taken the lead right out of the gate. Lithocarp is holding strong in second place. Van 1857 is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Aisley is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 9. Vanone 1857 just nudged into second. Pace CARR also gained 1 spot to third. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Tintinatea is climbing fast into the top 20. Nuts is also making moves now, in the 22nd spot. Amy is gaining ground, now in 25th. VD39 is climbing fast, now in second place. Pace ARR and Vanone 1857 are nose-to-nose for third. Dale Earnhardt and Pace CARR are locked in a close fight for fourth. Pippi Langstrup is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to reach the 17th position. Pace CIR is inching forward, now in third place. Dale Earnhardt and Vanone 1857 are nose-to-nose, fighting hard for the fourth spot. Day 39 is gaining on Darth Blazer faster now, closing the gap by another 1.2 seconds. Autumn Thunderbird has climbed 2 places to sit in fourth. Appiab Dope has moved up 1 spot to 10th. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 5th place. A. Slay and Vanone 1857 are nose-to-nose for 6th. Maya is inching into the top 10. Hen Fatic is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 26th. Aisley is making steady progress, now in 6th. Maya is closing in on Litho Cup and has cut the gap by 1.5 seconds. The battle for 9th is heating up between Maya and Litho Cup Dodai. Team Tinatea is climbing fast into 12th place. Newts is making a move into 15th. Amy is also on the rise into 19th. The race is heating up. Aisley is really stalking Dale Earnhardt, now just 1.5 seconds behind. They're nose to tail for 5th place. Team Tinatea just sneaked into the top 12. Climbing 1 spot double. Dale Earnhardt is gaining on Pace CRR, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Bean Streams is hot on Edley's tail, closing in by nearly 3 seconds. Leon Yeshin is climbing up to 9th place, moving up 1 spot. Darth Blazer just overtook someone to take the lead. Looks like VD39 and Darth Blazer are neck and neck for 1st place. Pace CR and Autumn Thunderbird are also locked in a close fight for 3rd. VD9 just overtook someone to take the lead. Bean Streams and Dale Earnhardt are nose to tail fighting for 6th place. Darth Blazer is chipping away at VD39's lead, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Bean Streams just climbed 1 spot into 6th. Maya and Dale Earnhardt are nose to nose for 7th place. Looks like a battle for bragging rights. Wow. VD9 just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was really in the zone today. Congratulations on the win. Well, congratulations to VD39 for taking the checkered flag. That was quite the race, and they definitely earned it. And a big shout out to me for winning the bet race. I'll be cruising around in that beautiful 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1 soon enough. Notes: you also did an impressive job with the overtakes. You've earned yourself that stunning 1951 Ferrari 212 Export. Nice work, everyone! Here's a fun fact about the 1954 Mercedes-Benz. It was one of the first cars to feature gull-wing doors, which made it stand out quite a bit. Back in the day, those doors weren't just stylish, they were also a clever solution to the car's high sill height, due to its racing-inspired tube frame design. So, not only does it look amazing, but it also has a bit of a clever engineering backstory. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down here. Make your picks quick or you might end up with whatever's left in the digital deck. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Oschersleben, and Hingle McCringleberry is leading the pack in a vintage beauty, a 1935 Bugatti Type 57 Airlie. Buckle up, this is going to be a classy showdown. Dale Earnhardt has shot off the line into the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is holding second place, just ahead of Scuderia Veloce in third. Looks like a classic start with Dale trying to stretch his legs early. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Dale Earnhardt, reducing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up one spot to take fourth place. Mootwolf is also moving up one spot to secure sixth place. Lian Yasin and Plebis 3 are locked in a tight fight for 8th place. Maya is closing in fast, chipping away at Lian's lead by 1.3 seconds. Amy is climbing up the field, moving up one spot to 11. Maya is dropping back to the 17th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in the lead, claiming the 1st place. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 2nd place, making a nice move. Ronnie Rampage and Amy are still neck and neck for 9th place. Ruki Miriki has just climbed into 13th. Shotskis is right behind in 14th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Grampy Jurf is climbing up to 11th place. Matrixco and Grampy Jurf are nose to nose for 11th. This race is heating up in the mid-pack. Grampy Jurf is making a move, now in 8th place. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, the gap shrinking fast. Scuderia Velocia is right behind Pippi, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. The fight for 2nd place between Pippi Langstrump and Scuderia Veloce is heating up. Looks like a tight squeeze coming. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Dale Earnhardt is catching up to Scuderia Veloce, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Dale Earnhardt and Scuderia Veloce are now locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 3rd place. Lian Yashin is making her way to 6th. Grampy Jurf is closing in on Plebis 3, shaving off 1.2 seconds. Newts is driving a 1974 Dodge Monaco, a big, heavy car known for its comfort rather than speed. Their race seems to be a slow crawl. Currently in the 17th place, probably struggling to keep up with the front runners. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Pippi Langstrump by 2.1 seconds. Grampy Jurf has moved up one spot to take 7th place. Rukimiriki and Ronnie Rampage are nose to nose for 10th place. Mutwolf and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for 4th place. Rukimiriki is climbing up to 10. Maya is closing in on Nuts and has chipped away 2.5 seconds. Pippi Langstrump and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose at the front. Dale Earnhardt is slicing through the field, now just a second behind Pippi. Mutwolf is climbing steadily, now in 4th place and gaining ground. Grampy Jurf is gaining on Lian Yashin, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Amy is climbing up to 11th place. Maya is catching Nuts, cutting the distance by 2.1 seconds. Shotskis is driving a 1953 Fiat 8 GIA Supersonic. Looks like they're struggling with pace, currently in 15th place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Plebis 3 is gaining on Grampy Jorf, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. James Misk has moved up one spot to 12th place. Maya is also closing in on Nuts, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. James Miss is hot on Amy's tail now, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Meanwhile, I am creeping up on Nuts, chipping away at 2.7 seconds. This race is heating up. Plebis 3 is closing in on Grampy Jerf, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Shotskis has moved up one spot to 13. Runner Rampage and Shotskis are nose to nose for the same position. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, chipping away at the gap by 1.4 seconds. Lian Yashin just moved up one spot to take 5th place. Scuderia Velocia and Lian Yashin are locked in a tight battle for 5th. Scuderia Veloce just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Looks like they're on the move. Amy is chopping down the gap to Roca Mariki, making it a tight race. Grampy Jerf is sitting comfortably in 8th and just set the fastest lap, so he's probably planning to sneak into the top 5 soon. Lian Yashin just nudged into 5th place. Grampy Jerf is right behind in 6th. Looks like the race is heating up. Metrixco is gaining on Plebis 3, now just a second behind. Maya is closing in on Nuts, cutting the gap to less than a second. Matrixco is gaining fast on Plebis 3 now, just a few seconds behind. Maya is inching closer to Nuts, closing the gap slightly. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the top spot. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Nice job! Wow! Hingle McCringleberry really pulled off a stunning victory. Congratulations! Looks like all that training paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The Elastaro Sprint Short is a tight, twisty circuit that rewards quick steering responses and stability through sharp corners. So, a car that can navigate those turns with precision and speed around tight bends would have the best shot at winning. Top speed is still important, but the real game here is how well the car can dance through the corners without losing control. Alright everyone, you've got just a few seconds left to pick your favorite car before the race starts. Don't miss out on the fun. Make your choice quick or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Alastaro's Sprint Short Track. Our front runner is a blast from the past, a 1988 BMW M5E34, starting on pole. Let's see if those 90s street cars can keep up with modern speed. The race kicks off with Shotodoroki 39 taking the lead, followed closely by someone in second place and Hingle McCringleberry in third. Looks like a tight start already. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to second place. Lian Yeshin and another racer are locked in a close fight for third. Newts is gaining 2 spots to sit in sixth. Nuts and Dale Earnhardt are nose-to-nose for fifth. Lian Yashin has climbed up to 3rd place. Newts has moved up to 5th. Dale Earnhardt and Nuts are battling closely for 5th place. Zadymuji Jamis is driving a 1994 Subaru Alcionis VX, known for its unique design and all-wheel drive. Looks like they're holding steady in 8th place, but no real threats or overtakes happening yet. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Newts is climbing up to 4th. Maya and King Chu 22 are nose to tail for 9th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Lian Yashin, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Dale Earnhardt has climbed 1 spot to take 5th place. Maya is also moving up 1 spot to 9th. Maya and Zadymuji Jamis are locked in a tight battle for 8th place. Maya is climbing fast up to 7th place. King Chu 22 is now in 9th after gaining 1 spot. Pippi Langstrump is also moving up 2 places to 10. Dale Earnhardt is slicing through the field, closing in on Nuts by over 1.5 seconds. You and someone are nose to tail for 6th place. Looks like a mini showdown. King Chu 22 is climbing up, grabbing the 8th spot and leaving some behind. Maya just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Amy and Zadymuji Jamis are nose to nose for 11. Scuderia Veloce is climbing up to 13. Dale Earnhardt is really pushing to catch Nuts, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. They're battling it out for 4th place now. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 9th, making moves through the field. Dale Earnhardt has gained 1 position and is now in 4th place. Newts and Dale Earnhardt are battling closely for 4th position. Fish the Husky has moved up 1 spot and is now in 16th place. Newts is now in 4th place. Scuderia Veloce has climbed to 12th. Lil Sprout is in 16th. Maya is gaining on Dale Earnhardt, fast enough to make a move soon. The gap shrinks by 140 seconds. Scuderia Veloce has climbed 1 spot and is now in the 11th position. Zadymuji Jamis is crawling closer to Scuderia Veloce. Now, just 1 second behind. They're locked in a tight fight for 11th place. This could get interesting. Shivikal is 704 and Pippi Langstrump are locked in a tight fight for 9th place. Scuderia Veloce and Shivikal 704 are battling it out for 10th. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 12th. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1992 Suzuki Motor Firth 16T. They're currently in 3rd place and have the 2nd fastest lap of the race. Looks like they're making a move, but still chasing the leader. The track's tight and technical nature seems to favor the quicker lap times of the Suzuki motor drivers. It's also keeping the slower cars from making big moves. Hingchu 22 is driving a 1989 Mercedes-Benz SL500. They're currently in 10th place, and their fastest lap is a 1:11.606. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise up front. Chivakala 704 is climbing up to 8th place. Zadimuji James is narrowing the gap to Stabigale Killams, getting closer by 1 second. The retro street cars are quite evenly matched here, but the track favors the lighter, agile models like the Supra and Skyline. The slower, heavier cars are struggling to keep up. Congratulations to Todoroki 39 on winning the race. Clearly, they were in a league of their own. Well done! Wow! Shota Todoroki 39 really tore up the track. Congratulations on your win. That was some serious driving skills. As for the rest of you, fantastic effort. Maya just blitzed the lap times, so I get to claim this vintage 92 Suzuki Mordor 16T. Looks like I'll be cruising around in some retro style. Thanks for racing, everyone. And I'm already looking forward to the next round. Hey folks, it looks like we need a quick pit stop for some stream maintenance. Don't worry, we'll be back in just a few minutes. Grab a snack, chat amongst yourselves, and get ready for more high-speed